Good morning again, Michael, Martin, and the class.
Hey, morning, everybody.
Okay. All right. Let me begin by having you guys introduce yourself, because I don't think, Michael, you know the group here. Just a few words about you as an introduction so I don't botch it up like I did connection.
Michael, I think you're muted
You're
still.
muted.
My name is Michael Benedict. I've been teaching here since 1875. And I'm still enjoying it tremendously. I've written a bunch of books. Smilja and I are old friends too. We go way back in great mutual respect. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you do.
Thank you, Michael. Martin.
Hey, hi, my name is Martin Hetters. I have not been teaching here for that long, but I've been teaching versions of this studio in the past. So, of course, I'm particularly kind of interested and invested in this part of the undergraduate sequence. And I also teach comprehensive and integrative studios in the studio sequence and a intro to theory class.
Let me say, I've never taught design 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taught design 1 many times. Some of you may have heard my theory lectures on architectural metaphor.
Oh, they all did. This is
They all did. That's great. But generally, I teach vertical studio and advanced studio.
Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and begin. I'll give a very brief introduction to Design 5 Interdisciplinary Studio. And this is actually newly structured in a mode of what the sound building was, except that the students are taking this integrated studio in the fall semester, meaning that they have not finished all of their structural and EC classes. So they're a little bit out of sequence. So with that, and this is coordinated studio, there are 5 sections, and the topic we selected was to address extreme architecture in certain extreme climates. And so the topic of this is, and I've sent you the program. I don't know, did you guys get a chance to look at it?
Yes, I did.
Excellent.
Yes.
I won't really go over that in detail. So this research facility has been an inspiration for students to embrace very different climatic, cultural period and produce architecture in a different context than what they have done in the past. So we began the project, by series of lectures and talks on sustainability, the architecture in the time of Anthropocene. The students have also done a number of readings on by Kreutzer, talking about Anthropocene and its effects. We have also looked at, we have done readings by Kenneth Frampton on tectonics, readings on refuge and prospect, and also used Tom Berlanda for architectural topographies to look at and address the way in which buildings can touch the earth. So the objective was this oscillation between extremes of the site, extremes of the program, extremes between resilience and the permanence. And within that, I'm going to go ahead and have Isabel begin with her project. Isabel, you're on. We have 3 students this morning, so we have about 30 minutes per each of the students. This group of students will be then going through their portfolio review in next week. And again, this was a change of the curriculum. We've moved that forward. So we're hoping we'll be using this one to advise them better for the next semester. So Isabel, you're on.
Hi, I'm Isabel Nance. So let me go ahead and share. Okay, so Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene. So here's my project manifesto. The CAAA Utsi Research Facility goes beyond creating a space of discovery. It's a community. The different layers, distinguished by material density, provide comfort and privacy while opening up views to the vast Alps. My top-down approach to this facility creates a form that mimics a mountain range and draws down towards Utsi, the mummy. My bottom-up approach mimics a traditional alpine hut. These two approaches come together in a series of modulated spaces that allow residents to feel a sense of prospect when needed and refuge when desired. The facility circulation gives residents the ability to move around the building as if they were descending the Alps. So I first started to look towards King Okuma because I knew from the beginning I wanted to play with a sort of dynamic screen-like structure within my building, just to play with light modulation. And I was looking at other designs that involved wood because I knew that this would be a good move, being that it is in the Alps, it's local, and sustainable, and just tradition to build with wood in the Alps. So I found these these pockets of privacy and just in this final wooden house. And so these are my first two inspirations. And then I knew I wanted to mimic the gallery of brick caves because I really loved the light quality here. It looked like a very comfortable building that I really wanted to go inside. And I think definitely part of my top 3 intentions with my model was to create something that someone wanted to, or was able to stay in and live in for months at a time, because although it's a facility, it's also a home for people. And then I really fell in love with the Zellinger Refuge because I felt like it just had a mix of, I really liked how it had like this sort of layering of wood, and it also had very interesting light qualities at night because of how the panels were placed. And so I began to sketch and explore forms that involved wrapping, layering, and modulating while still keeping the language of a traditional alpine hut, which led up to these forms, which all played a role in creating my final form. With this party model, I started to explore somewhat of a screen. And then for this party model, I started to explore the hut shapes. And then for the last, I started to explore modulation. And so yeah, all of these play a role in my final model. So here's a key map of how to arrive to my building. And there's 2 options of arrival. You can either arrive by helicopter, or you can start off at the closest public area, which is the Glacier Hotel, take a cable car, and you can hike for about an hour and a half. So it's not too far. And then my building is about a 10-minute hike from Utsi. Okay, so the facility is directed towards Utsi, with the studio space here at the bottom being the most projected out towards Utsi. And so right now I am currently taking environmental controls with Dr. Faulkner, who has been a huge inspiration in every way. And I really wanted, she would always highlight empathy in architecture, and therefore I think in architecture that translates to accessibility. And I started to ask myself, who am I building for? And this is something I do want to implement in all of my designs here on forward. So I really wanted to create a building that had a ramp in it, and I wanted the ramp to be the main circulation. And so after struggling to fit a ramp in my design, I decided to create a building based off a ramp. And I started with a regular ADA ramp. Then I decided to expand it and extend it from there. Then I fit programs within the circulation. And by exploring this ramp idea, it allowed me to further connect my building to the mountain, because it almost created its own topography for the inhabitants to explore. And I also liked how it separated the space, because I didn't want them to feel like they were in the same dense building for months at a time, but rather a small village in which they can explore and find new views. And I thought this front view of the ramp was interesting because it kind of mimicked a mountain range. So I placed my program based off of whether it was public or private based off where Utsi is. And so I really wanted to separate leisure from work. So I made sure to put the private areas in the northwest area, kind of not directed towards Utsi, because I know whenever I'm not in studio, I do not want to think about studio. And so since they're going to be here for a long time, I just thought maybe they'd want to kind of separate their work from leisure. And so as you descend down the building, because the private area is also the highest part of the building. So so yeah, this is the highest part of the building, and then you kind of descend down the circulation to like the public areas, which include the lounge, the kitchen, the dining, and the studio space. And those are also the most projected out towards Utsi. Let me see. Oh.
So you didn't bring any of your precedent studies in. You did not go over that. We spent first 2 weeks looking at particular buildings.
So yes, my precedent study was the thermal baths by Zumthor, and that had a huge inspiration for my material choice. So here you can see that I used stone and wood, and yeah, so that's how I integrated my precedent study into my model. Here you can see my south facade of the building elevation, and the roofs were designed to mimic a mountain range, which nicely tied in with my ramp idea. And many clerestories were created, which allowed every single space of the building to get light without being completely exposed to the cold Alps. And so the stone roof acts as a protective shell, but it is also fluid in that it has this ability to extend down into creating walls and to also creating floors.
Did you say a stone roof?
Yes. Yeah, it was my. Sorry?
You're going to describe what a stone roof is, right?
Yes. Yeah, my construction professor was like, huh? And yeah, I tried to mitigate it.
You can do a stone roof. I just doubt it can be that shallow.
Yes. So it's more like a stone veneer. And then, yeah, and then there's like structure in the inside. It's not completely stone. But yeah, so fit into the outer shell of the model are these wood panels, which kind of respond to the large amount of light that would enter the south facade. And it also works as a way to modulate the programs within the building. So here is, and so this modulation happens in the public area right here, and the studio space right over here. And so the most outer protective shell is stone, and then wood is used to modulate within these protective shells. And so here you can see the living room is separated by a less dense version of the panel seen on the outside, to separate that from the kitchen and dining. And wood panels are also used to separate over here the conference table from the studio space to the break room. And another thing I just wanted to show in this plan is that you can see that the most private areas start over here in the highest part and the northwest part of the building. And then you follow the ramps downward into the public living area. And then you continue to descend downward, where you can either go to the meditation space this way, or go down to the lowest part of the building over here, which is the studio space. And so here you can see that sort of descension. And so here's my exploded axon. I wanted to show the various layers of the building, including like starting off with the stone floors, and then the stone walls, the circulation ramps, the wood modulation and wood panels, and then the roofs. And these pop-ups kind of show 2 instances where the density of the panels lessen or increase depending on how exposed I wanted a space to be. And so here's a preliminary diagram of my HVAC system, which would run through the floors. And here's my wall section with the outer layer having a stone veneer held with veneer ties, and the primary structure in the walls and floors reinforced concrete, and wide flange beams hold up the roof. And the walls and roofs include bad insulation, a water vapor barrier, and windows that are triple glazed. Here are some views of the building, which change depending on if it's public or private. And so my private areas are not facing towards Utsi, but rather other parts of the mountain. And here's my more public spaces, which face more towards Utsi.
One moment, could you go back to your construction section just for a moment, please?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I'm trying to see where the brick veneer is in that section. Is it not there?
It's right here. Or yeah, the stone
Oh,
veneer.
The brick grill that's on the outside.
Yeah, so that's going to be this pattern that goes right here.
And light cannot come through it, right?
No, not through the stone.
I think he's asking about the wood block system on the facade.
Oh. Okay, so that I don't have I cut through the solid stone walls, not the wood panels.
Why did you leave out the wood?
Because I thought those were more of just like a stacking system. And so I thought I'd cut through the part of the building that had more of like the insulation and structure, where I felt like the wood panels were sort of more additive, but I definitely go back next time.
Because this section would tell us whether the wood goes in front of the windows.
Oh, yes. So depending on if it's facing the, like if it's exposed to the outside, there would be, the window would lay behind it. In certain parts, the window lays between it. Like I was thinking that it can be like almost like a sandwich. And so yeah, those are some, or I guess.
I mean, I love the idea, but it seems like that's worth drawing.
Aranza,
But do continue. You haven't gotten to the end yet.
Okay.
Isabel, you have some of those images of inside where you're seeing those wood screens.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So continue.
Okay. So here's my southeast face render. And so just like how you were saying right here, this is more of a balcony, so there is no window, but on this side, this is directly in relation with the interior of the building. So I placed like a glass panel in front of the window, in front of the paneling system. Also here. For my rooms though, I was thinking of a sandwich sort of.
So is there any case where a window looks into the back of the wood screen?
Like where the window's in front?
Yeah, you just look through a window and there's the back of a wooden screen.
Yes, so I will show that right now.
Okay.
So here's the north face. This is where you enter. I liked how the facility looks very small and like it's very one story whenever you first enter and then descends down after. Here's the entrance space and mudroom. And here is the public area, which is this, I don't know if this is what you meant, where you can see the back.
So that would be a case where there's a obviously very large window.
Yes.
But it filters through the wood.
Yep, so here is the open space. And then here's the hallway to the researcher suites and the hallway to the custodial suites. I wanted it to be kind of a fun path to the two programs. And here is the bedroom space. All of the bedrooms, and whether research or custodial, they're all the same. They all have the same square footage and the same private bathroom. And it includes a built-in dresser, desk, and shelves. And I also know that since I'm going to be here for a long time, storage was an issue. So my bathrooms, which don't extend up to the roof, also act above as a storage space, which you can access it through a shelf that also is a ladder. And
The entrance is on the left, right?
I'm sorry?
The entrance is on the left.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, right here. Mhm. And then you have a little balcony space in front. And so you can see my Zallinger Refuge inspiration here with this disappearing door into the wall. And here's the studio space. And here is the studio balcony. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
So I'm going to defer to Martin to tell me what usefulness the wood screen in this cold climate. It looks like the kind of thing I would do in a very hot climate. But what do you say, Martin?
I feel like I want to start somewhere else. I mean, we'll get to that, I think.
Right.
I mean, first of all, I think I enjoyed your presentation. I think it seemed like you're very conscious in your design process of what you were doing and why you were doing things. And I think, I enjoyed like the way you identified sort of like these operative principles in those first little study models. It just seemed like nothing was really accidental, but you had a sense of purpose, what you wanted to achieve. And so I think there's actually sort of, for the most part, a coherence of sort of like vision of what you wanted to create and what you did in the end create. And I think that's really nice to see. Like, and there's a lot of work obviously that went into the project. A couple of specific things that I noticed and want to point out are, I think the first one was the idea of your geometry. So I like very much the idea and the kind of appearance of this kind of somewhat fragmented, but still sort of like coherent in that like all the roof shapes are similar, but not the same, kind of agglomeration of pieces. I think that works pretty well in the context. It I would avoid using the word mimic so much. Like I used the word mimic like 4 times or so. Like I think I don't know. I feel like there's a limited value in having architecture mimic things. I think it can be used as a metaphor. It can be, which I don't know how useful that is. I think that's Michael's realm a little bit more. It can sort of take up shapes, geometries of its environment and transform them into kind of like architectural features. I think mimic is sort of, I always cringe a little bit.
Okay.
But I think overall, I think the result is very clear. I think there is the question of how that geometry that you use interacts with the topography. You sort of build it up around the ramp, which I think is a nice idea. There's still the question of how you get up there when you're in a wheelchair.
Helicopter. That's what I was thinking.
So, but I think it's like as an organizational device, I think it's interesting, and it helps you to negotiate sort of different height levels. It does seem to establish its very own orthogonal grid right now, and that sort of is something where I think the idea of the switchback, that's actually kind of like a hiking path in the Alps, anywhere that is essentially or could be a ramp. Usually it's a little steeper, but is the sort of like geometry is not unsimilar, is something that I think could actually integrate that much more into the given topography, and therefore maybe it would not be this superimposed gridded piece, but it would actually respond a little bit more to the given topography of the site. So I think that's one thing that I observed. The second question that's somewhat related to that is, while I enjoyed your spatial planning, the way that program actually makes spaces between the sort of like central space and these wings, I think that actually worked really, really nicely in your plans. You did not, like, it seems to create a sort of a very open plan, like with a lot of open spaces. And that seems to be somewhat antagonistic to the nature of protectiveness that you need in a hut like that, and I think there are ways to say, like, well, there's some parts that only get used in the summer, or you can shift. Some of them are dense, some of them are more open. I think this, and that gets me sort of to the wood screen in some ways. There is sort of this sense of like openness, and the wood screen almost becomes a sort of aesthetic element where you want light to filter through, and that's all good and nice, but it's not really something that I think is particularly useful in that harsh of a climate. I think the idea that like there's like a window, like full height glazed window, and you can see through, and then light filters in. I think there is potential to sort of think of that in ways that I think the use of wood is interesting and good. Wood has actually pretty good insulating qualities. But I think you could use it in different ways and not just in one way that you kind of wrap it around.
Yes.
Lastly, I think the stone roof is sort of like interesting. It's actually kind of in traditional alpine huts. Like it has been done, and you can do it. It adds a significant amount of weight to your roof. So like I think the structure would have to accommodate that somehow. So I would expect to see like big beams under there somewhere. Also, in your detail, this is a minor thing, but you would always overlap the shingles or pieces of stone or slate or whatever you use, because you're going to have a lot of standing, like you're going to have a lot of snow sitting on that. And you don't want any of that. I saw you had a water barrier below, but you don't want any of that to get in there. You want that to sort of slide off as fast as possible. And that's where, like, I think the steepness of the slope comes in sometimes. So I think maybe sort of like a slightly different angle. But I think that's just sort of like a way that you would sort of construct a roof in that climate and like try to get everything off as fast as you can. And like that doesn't always work. Like sometimes you have like a couple of feet of snow standing there, but that is really something that you want to sort of keep as far on the outside of your construction as you possibly can.
Okay.
Martin's critique gives me hope that there's such a thing as objectivity in architecture. because without consulting with him, behind closed doors about what we're going to say, Martin has said exactly what I would want to say.
That's nice. That's good to hear.
No, I mean, it's great. It's great. It's a great, there's a lot of sense that architecture is very subjective, and some people like this and some people like that. And then you look at architects' work and it's quite different. And, I mean, there's just so much there. But when it really comes down to it, especially maybe in these earlier years of education, you can say yes, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes. And pretty much get 50 architects to say yeah, that's the critique. So absolutely, I know that to get people with handicapped people to the site, we use Land Rovers. I think the idea, the fundamental motion that hey, there's going to be ramps. Ramps are very space consuming, but in a certain way, they have their own pleasure. I mean, ask any skateboarder, he'll tell you that ramps are his favorite thing. And maybe younger people in wheelchairs also like ramps. You can get some speed up. You might be able to bank the corners. Like if there's some joy in ramping. And then the idea of building a building around a ramp system, I thought this is going to be exciting, that we were really going to see a ramp extravaganza. And I thought, well, it's easier to go down ramps than to come up them. In fact, they're a real chore, both for the person pushing you and if you have to do it yourself, unless you have an electric wheelchair. Yeah. So what would it be like to always be on a down ramp? So you go down, 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 but how the hell do you get back up? So I thought, well, that obviously there'd be elevators that take you to the top of another ramp whose only job was to go down. Kind of a little bit like a ski slope. You use a ski lift gets you to the top. It's always down.
Yeah.
Down, down, down. I think had you obsessed a little bit more about that original insight, about ramping and skiing and so forth, that would have been a good idea. Now, I actually don't mind mimicry of landscape. Maybe this is a little photogenic. But but as soon as I learned or heard that, snow needs to be shed, that you need roof pitches of 45 degrees or more, then suddenly you just got to go, no, sorry, ramp slopes and roof slopes they just belong to different worlds. Except if you accept a roof slope of, let's say, I'm going to say 45, if you do a diagonal on a 45, somewhere in there is ramp slope. That's when you slalom down a steep mountain, what you're doing is finding the right degree of slope crosswise on something that's too steep. So for me, that would have been a theme, like, okay, roofs that are steep, ramps that aren't, and that therefore go back and forth, like Martin was saying in the dog leg. Those themes to me seem to be quite strong as design inspirations. They're both functional and sort of human, which is really a holy grail. The other things I agree with Martin about is, maybe I skipped it, but I didn't see a contour map or a contour plan. I can't tell how well this sits on the terrain.
So I have my sections here. I do also have a site plan if you'd like to see.
Yeah, and
Yeah, go back to the site plan maybe. I think that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your
All right.
sections are much more sensitive to the landscape than your site plan suggests. Let me say it that way.
Yeah.
But I'll say some, and I also have wonders about the wood block. In fact, the precedent you showed with the snow and the little wood openings, I was fascinated. I thought, I don't think I've ever seen that, because that wood cannot be insulated. It can only be shading. That thing on the right, I thought, what? There's a glass house with glass sliding doors inside these wood blocks. And I would love at some point to hear those architects saying what the hell they were doing here to use the wood. I mean, it's very attractive. I love how the snow builds up on it and so forth. I agree again with Martin that you have in the middle of your plan a very long span room. I'm surprised it doesn't have a big fire in it. If I was going to go up into the Alps, I would demand a fire. I would even demand a fake fire, even if I knew it was being done electrically with hot water pipes under the floor. It seems like a room lacking a hearth. And since there are very long spans involved with the stone roof, chunky beams. God, if anything needs chunky beams, it would be the middle room of that thing.
Yeah, there's opportunities.
So those are all critical things. Now I'm going to say some nice things. I love the atmosphere that you've conjured here. Maybe it's the late afternoon light that comes through all these things and that golden light. I feel warm just looking at them. And I think you did that wonderfully. I think the spatial complexity is very beautiful. And even though I criticize the up and down roofs, they do look like foothills, or they do seem to belong to something sort of nature-like, waves, hills, and I find that just very fine. I have a small critique again of the individual room. Could we go to the plan of that?
Sure.
It seems to have gotten too small for its own good. There's no nightstand next to the bed. There's a shower I certainly couldn't use, and I'm not that big. That shower needs to be 3 feet to 3'6" in every size and dimension. I just think you should have given yourself a little more square feet to pull off an individual unit, or use things like bunks and a sort of more crafted for it to be that tight. Usually it's cheaper, in fact, to produce something a little bit bigger and less full of special cabinetry than it is to make something very tight and then have to fit it out. you know, with trick closets and trick beds and that sort of thing. Yeah. But listen, you know, the overall vibe of it and your clear drawings of it, certainly appreciated.
Yeah, I want to echo that. Just I think, you know, your drawings are actually very nice. Like I think I really enjoyed your plan drawing, the overall plan. In spite of like everything what I said about geometry, you know, I think that's like that's a question of how it relates to the landscape, but the plan itself and the spatial components are actually quite nice. And I think your sections were just like really nice too. I think the sections actually start, like as I said, like they start to be much more sensitive to the landscape and the surrounding than the plan would suggest in absence of the topo lines.
So in general, Isabella, I would just say, I can see I roughly see where you are in the arc of your education. And I can see that part of you is still in your first few years where a huge premium was placed on combinatorics, you know, shapes that grow together or shapes that add and subtract from each other and so forth. And that you now feel able to look at some idioms like the wraparound wall, ceiling, floor, the screen language. So that's all growth and development. But I think your next project, you should try even to be more radically simple. And not try to be so very eloquent with shapes. See if you can't do even simpler shapes. Pay more attention to actual structure and construction. And I think you'll surprise yourself how much character can come out of doing that.
So sorry, if we have like one more comment that I noticed, like, you know, you had this precedent of the hut that you were fascinated with, like the kind of like the wood pattern, and I don't even know if that has insulation, honestly. I think, and we would have to ask Uli about that, but I think wood actually itself has very, very good insulation qualities. So I'm not sure it does have anything in addition to that wood. But if you notice the roof, what I found fascinating about that precedent, if you want to go back to that image real quick, that
this
no, this one, the one on the right, the hut with the pitched roof. One further.
Oh.
Yeah, the one on the right here. So like, you took away the pattern and that sort of like facade, which I think makes a lot of sense. And but one of the characteristics that I also notice here that you kind of ignored is the roof. I mean, look at that roof. Look at that roof construction. Look at those elements that carry the roof, because the roof has to do so much work in that climate, right? Like you have snow, and this is actually I don't know what the pitch is, but you can even see that there's snow on top of it right now. And you actually typically also have these roof overhangs because you don't want any of that snow or water run down your facade. So I think there is sort of like that's what I find fascinating, that there is sort of like a kind of like contemporariness of treating the facade, but then there's a completely traditional like roof construction here. And I think that's something that in your project I'm missing a little bit, that really the roof, which seems to play a big role, and I think you can work it out probably in the slopes and with those difficult combination where it meets like that, where all the snow runs and then sits in that kind of valley. But I think that's like, look at, if you have a precedent like that, don't just get obsessed with one element of it, but look at it holistically. Look at everything that's there that you can use. Yeah. And sometimes those are not the things that are immediately you think you're going to use.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I didn't even notice that part. Now that you mention it.
You didn't notice the roof beams?
I got obsessed with the facade.
I know. That's why I pointed that out.
And also, you know, the example on the left, I suspect, is not in a snowy part of the world.
No, it's in Vietnam.
Well, I'm the case made.
Yeah, from interview, that was actually one of my critiques. Like, this can be in on sand or on snow. I don't know. So, yeah.
Well, listen, Martin and I are both stymied by what that wood is doing there, other than looking great. And maybe it's just sort of looking like a knitted sweater. You know, those sweaters that they're full of holes, but they're kind of warm as long as the wind's not blowing.
The sweater that would go with that hut that you would wear there.
Yeah. Like the one your grandma made out of very thick wool.
Isabel, I think you have a very successful project. I think it's been very difficult for the whole class in general, as well as this year, to move into third year, because the second year was all very speculative, very computer oriented, and the students really did not get a chance to actually design rooms, to design what is it like to be in a space. What is holding that roof, and so this has been a challenge for all 5 sections, and I think you did a really good job in introducing that sense of space, the materiality into the project, and you know, I think that was very good. We have for your portfolio review, I would go ahead and add some of the things to your drawings that are missing, in particular how the building meets the ground. So the site plan really needs to sing, and I would get much closer and really show what the building is doing. Your ground floor need to have the contours. You try to, in the 3-dimensional interpretation of your project, show all the contour, all the work that you guys have done in Rhino, where you looked at topography. And I think you should actually include some of your studies, because they were very much looking into the 3-dimensionality and how you insert your project within the ground. Okay. So it's not over yet. We're gonna keep at it, you know, and this will be part of your portfolio review. And I just wanted to make one note, Michael, when we about wood. What we found out that in that area, in the cold climate, the wood is actually one of the best materials to work with. Because it's available around the area, it's very light, and you will see that a lot of huts are made out of heavy timber and wood. And so it's, yeah, Martin, we're not hearing you. Okay, yeah. All right. Isabel, do you have any questions for reviewers? Anything that did not cover or you wanted to touch base?
Sorry, I had to step away for a moment.
It's okay.
Did I miss something important? Probably.
Oh, very important. No, we just talked about that wood is actually the best material to be used at that latitude, that site, the climate, because of its availability, lightness in transportation, because we have a lot of conversations of how you're going to get the building material there, and that you can load, you know, 400 pounds on helicopter if it's going to be brought by helicopter. And so the steel was pretty much out because of the cost and inappropriateness, and concrete really tried to keep it to the minimum, just because of the sort of energy expense and having to pour it that high up.
And yeah, you can't pour concrete under freezing temperatures. So.
Yeah, well, you have just this limited window of construction. Anyway, no questions, Isabel? Thank you very much.
Everything was clear.
Everything, oh, that's good. It's all clear on the Western Front, okay.
I remember once here in Austin, I was doing a project, and we poured a concrete slab for the foundation, and that very day a huge cold front came through, and the temperatures went down below freezing, and I had to rush out there with a contractor, cover the slab with plastic and wood, and pour water all over the concrete to form like a skating rink, so that it would, even the cold water would keep the temperature warm enough.
It's what they do with orchards, where I think they kind of cover the pears in ice a layer of ice to actually protect them.
Yeah, it's odd, but true. And of course, when concrete cures, it warms itself up chemically. Yeah, so it never did freeze. But also, yeah, it's a strange process. I don't know how they do concrete in the cold climates. Maybe they have special techniques.
Well, I think they have a very limited window.
They do it in the summer.
Yeah,
exactly. They do it in the summer.
Yeah.
Why didn't I think of it?
Okay,
right.
Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you.
Okay, Aranza is next. Hello, Aranza.
Hello, everyone.
Now, she is more or less in here for the mid review. She will continue working on it. She had external circumstances, and so she's there during.
Okay, so this is a mid review
for her. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Aranza, I was going to send an email, but it was all flustering this morning.
That's all right.
Sorry for whatever
Anyway,
slowed you down.
So, Aranza, introduce yourself and tell us about what you've done.
My name is Smilja. This is my project for Studio 3. My concept for the Auto Design Research Facility aims to provide researchers with warm and welcoming spaces for their work, social, and residence areas. The center promotes community while respecting privacy, offering views of the mountain scenery, while giving the option to see or be seen. The structure emphasizes resilience, mitigation, and adaptability by providing researchers with spaces sheltered from harsh conditions and viewing spaces to enjoy the scenery. The organization and form draw inspiration from the ecology of the region. There was a diagram that I will show later that highly inspired the three forms that you see here. The structure is nestled just below the peak of a steep mountain slope near Similon Hut. The facility booms from the mountainside in a cluster, branching into the three programs. Entering from above, the workspace is viewed towards its site, then descend into the social and residence areas, which view the valley below and Lake Vernalo to the south, respectively. The lower levels are connected in refuge within the mountain by a sheltered gathering space.
Aranza, you have images of that, don't you, in your site analysis and topography?
Yes,
yeah.
I'll show this.
Yeah, that would be good.
So beginning with a precedent study that we completed as our first assignment at the beginning of the semester, my group was assigned, we chose to research the Mesmer Mountain Museum, and we found it quite fascinating how it branched underneath the ground, that they actually went through and they carved out from the site in order to develop the structure. And then the purpose of the three branching portions is because each of them has a different view. It highly inspired me in my own project. Here was a sketch diagram I made of those views and like coming in. Then we had an exercise where we were going to explore the site, and I chose to do a rather high site with a steep slope, and realize that each of these has different benefits to incorporating a building within the site. So I chose to explore a way in which all of these could be developed. Here's a model I made based on that initial project by Zaha Habib. I was hoping to incorporate the same three branching structures, but changing it in that the volumes would be a different size and had a different relationship with each other in the site. For example, this one is meant to be embedded into the site. This one's in projection. And then this one's a bit of projection and also a bit of embedded.
Aranza, where was this picture taken? That model?
Sorry?
Where was that model picture taken?
I'm afraid I couldn't hear you. Sorry, my internet.
Where was that model picture taken?
Oh, this was the balcony of my apartment.
Okay.
But one thing I did not mention, this is a totally online studio.
Yeah.
So they had the extreme difficulties of being able to communicate to others and not having access to material.
So you've never met the students physically. They haven't met each other.
All online. It's been very lonely. Let's put it this way. Different.
Yeah.
Okay, Aranza,
All right,
sorry.
to continue.
So to continue the study of that model and embed it into the site, I chose a place very near Uxie, but also somewhat, most of my classmates chose this area because it's so close to Uxie. I chose this site because it has a view of the lake here and the site here. And the steep slope also helped with the concept. So as you can see, this is the space that points towards Uxie, this one points towards the valley, and then this one points towards the India. And this is what it looks like from the valley. And from the side. And then I went through and when it came to incorporating program, I chose to, before I started looking into form, I looked more into, okay, what programs do I want to be next to each other, and then categorize them into which ones I want to be in prospect, refuge, and enclosed. And based on that, assign them to different areas or those different volumes. These are little diagrams of how it relates to it. Out of those little sketches, the ones I most looked into were these of prospect, refuge, and enclosed. And this one I mentioned briefly earlier, how I was inspired by the ecology and the forms of nature of the region. And so this relationship of the eagle in prospect, the squirrel in refuge, and then the nest in an enclosed space was this feeling I wanted to incorporate as I designed the model. And then this is a diagram showing the relation to the site and this idea of it stemming from it. And then this one is the three views, one towards the valley, one towards the Naga, and one towards the sea. And that's these images here. Let's see in the mountain where it's scoped. So these are the three views of each space. And then this was my initial board of ideas with some sketches for rooms and what I wanted the interior to feel like, and what the views could be, what the form could be. And out of my research, I found several precedents. This one was by far my most, the one that inspired me the most because of this cantilever and the way it incorporates the site, as well as having those, the sheltered space, the balconies. And I was especially intrigued by the green roof as well. And then the interior that has those views. The views were one of the most important things I wanted to consider by designing. And so the idea of having these decks that wrap all the way around the building allows for an almost 180-degree view of the house. And then for the form, exterior form and roof surfaces, there these other precedents that had kind of like a glacier fracture or an ice chunk cutting through it, as well as this one. I'd actually looked into cutting out, but that wouldn't have worked with soap and snow. However, the interior is also of big importance. As I was making the decks and the interior, based on that sketch of the bird and nest and prospect, because I wanted the interior to feel warm and comfortable, and to be in that prospect refuge. I also incorporated this trellising into my own project as a way of being hidden, but being able to see still, and to be elevated so it's still a little more private. So that was interior, and then exterior spaces, something similar in that it's enclosed but also sheltered, but still able to see. So this is a bigger perspective of the site. So here is my intervention. The helipad and garage is situated right next to it, and it's actually right next to Smilja Hut, an existing hotel building. But they don't have a helipad or anything, so the helipad could theoretically benefit them as well. And as I mentioned before, here's its seafront. This is a closer view, so this is where I said Smilja Hut was building, and then the helipad and the garage. And here's the first level. But I just realized I forgot to include the roof plan, but you enter through here into this vestibule area. And the idea is that the further down you go, the more private it becomes. So this first space you enter will be the most public of this of the project. This here is a studio space, and that'll be the main workspace, connecting space, and that's why it's considered to be in prospect. It has a view of Footsie, but it also has views of the other two important things. Something important about it as well is that it has the ability to walk out onto the roof of this portion, and it actually has a bit of green space as well. Then one level downwards would be this, it's private, but also somewhat public level. So this branch here is the office spaces in the conference room, which also has access to go up into the balcony. It's important to note that these are actually, this is like a deck basically, and it's open to below down here. And then these over here are the residence spaces. And it's kind of hard to see from this plan, so it's kind of grainy, but all of these are actually trellises, similar to that precedent that I showed earlier. And then one level downwards is the social area. Here is the social room, the kitchen and dining will be open. This I'd like to call the heart of the project because it's within the mountain. It's the most connected and yet inward space. So it's social but private gathering space. And then for this, there are more rooms for the researchers. This one is actually the ADA compliant room. I tried my best for the whole project to be ADA compliant, but this one is especially for them, such as the showers here and larger spaces. This one is a reflecting room, which I meant to keep open for interpretation on purpose. it simply has a little bit of terracing here, but it's meant to be somewhat secluded, but also this trellis here is meant to shelter people who are already inside from the people coming in, kind of hiding in. And then over here is the gym. And I didn't want to put it there originally because it's right next to the reflection space. However, I double the thickness of the wall and figured it could have good sound proof elements in there. So that would mitigate the changes. And then lastly, at the very bottom level, is the infirmary. This one is the most enclosed space because it's virtually all the way in the mountain. So this is the infirmary and then the quarantine room. And I chose to create this like a gap, a connection rule between the two so that whoever is in quarantine or whoever needs to access a person in quarantine doesn't have to go outside and they can just go through here. And then these are the spaces for staff residents. And this is the utility room. Something I'd like to note and mention is that these are the stairs here, but there's also an elevator next to it. So the stairs are actually they're open. They're not open, but they have like a glass wall so that you can see the circulation throughout the project. But of course, you have the elevator for ADA purposes. So here's a section of that. So this is that trellis that I mentioned that extends around the balcony. It has the viewing spaces, and then the elevators. And to demonstrate, this is a ramp that we're taking down with into here. These are the studio spaces, and this section actually cuts through the somewhat social wings. So these up here are offices, and then down here are the social spaces. So this one here is the dining kitchen space. And here's the elevation drawing. And then I have my model in landscape if you all would like to see it. But before, if you have any questions.
Okay, was that your last image?
Sorry?
Was that your last image?
The last image, yes.
Okay, so you're done. Your presentation is done.
Presentation is yes. As I mentioned, I have the model in landscape to show the 3D if you're interested. But for now, if you have questions on drawing more.
Yeah, go ahead and show us the 3D rendering of the model in the site. Also, didn't you have the interior rooms? Remember the earlier exercise? Your rooms and furniture and the views out.
Yes, I can pull that up. For now, I can show the actual intervention. So this is a structure. Is this what you asked for, Professor?
Yeah, but can you put a grid of contours so we can do the topography? Or that's what you need to do for
I don't think I can show these, and I can't show them in Landscape. I can show them in Rhino.
Well, I think for your final presentation, I think it would be good if you can show us building in the context with the contours, because it will make much more sense of what you've done. Okay, all right. And look, the interior rooms, that I believe that I remember that you've done those inside it, but if not, if you would like to discuss them, if not, include them in your final presentation.
I can show the plans if that helps.
I mean, I think on the subject of contours, I think your plans right now exist, every level exists in isolation from each other and from the site. You know, I think there's the one big move where you start to cut into the mountain itself, that you sort of show that, but you don't show anything else. So there would be the expectation that each of your plans has at least three things. One is that big cut line. And my question would be like, what's happening here right now? Then each plan will have topo lines, because like somewhere like this is a mountain, like, so you'll always be looking at some slope that's below you, wherever that is. And also each level, or some, like some of the levels may have something that is visible above. And I think that was specifically one of the issues that, like, with your lowest level floor plan, where all of a sudden the project kind of shrunk down again. And so I would expect those two arms to be dashed outlines above, or, I mean, I think in reality, you would have to think about how this thing is grounded on the site, and like where the footings go, especially if you work with cantilevers. So I think that is something you just need to work through very diligently in your plan.
Precedent had cantilevers. That's what was amazing about it.
It doesn't need, I mean, I don't think it needs cantilevers.
I thought this was cantilevered for sure.
Is it kind of, don't go to the section.
It is.
Like this piece here sticks out.
Yeah, it's not clear how the cantilever is a company.
I'll admit it sticks out at the beginning here, but yes, you're right.
I think that's another strange. I think there, I feel that another thing I noticed in your presentation was that I think your presentation to me always seemed to be best when things came from you. Like your interest in the sort of like working with these three volumes, two that go down and one that sits on top or maybe cuts into that. And I liked your little sketches. I think they were actually kind of very interesting, and sort of like they were definitely your own. And then there was a series in your presentation when you started to just look at precedent after precedent after precedent, and it didn't seem like you were trying to find an answer to a question that your own inquiries had brought up, but it seemed you're just like grabbing things left and right, and they're like, let's grab a cantilever and it comes in there, let's grab this and it comes in there, let's grab some balconies and put them in there. And I think that's where, for me, the presentation and possibly the project went a little bit astray, because I do think there is actually kind of like a discipline to your initial studies, and like to some extent also to what the project does, right? Like the big space, and then you descend into these two, I don't know what, towers, volumes, or vertical volumes. But I think that alone, to sort of like work through that very diligently and figure out how these volumes meet the ground, like how they're organized, what they kind of look like, is something that gets sidetracked a little bit by these sort of like additional elements. Like I think the cantilever here to me doesn't make much sense. Or I think I would question the balconies in some ways, like when I looked at your renderings again, or maybe I would question the way that the balconies stand right now. It's like your final rendering of the project reminded me a lot of buildings that were built in the 1970s and 80s in Alpine regions, at least in southern Germany and Austria that I know, look like that. And they're like usually resort hotels, and they're not the best types of architecture. They sort of are out of scale. They're too big. They kind of then give a nod to the context by sort of like putting on sort of like wooden balconies or so, and they're usually pretty bad. I think I would sort of strip that down and focus on how you can actually make those 3 volumes present in the site materially, and as actually sort of like as pretty big boulders, and now I'm using metaphors here, like as boulders or as volumes that interact with the landscape, and aside from kind of all of these little symbols that are tacked on. I know if that makes a lot of sense, Michael. Maybe you have something.
Yeah, I know you used a metaphor and immediately felt guilty about it.
No,
Boulders. No. I better say volumes. I can't say boulders.
I think boulders is actually good. No, I'm actually with you.
Right.
I was thinking of the landform building or something. And I was like, yeah, maybe that's okay.
Well, I think the precedent that the cantilevered precedent is something that you might have tried to copy more sincerely. I feel like I could go through this building and find good things and bad things about it. Like I think when you step out of the elevator, that public space. Just give me any one of the plans.
Show the plans.
Yeah, like number 1, space number 1 in the previous plan. Like it's pitch dark as far as I can tell. There's not a bit of light that can get to it. And the rooms, all that area could be so much better used for rooms rather than that like very, very dark lobby. I think the rooms are way too cramped relative to the balcony. I think if you look at your precedent, the rooms, like this whole floor would probably be 1 or maybe 2 rooms maximum in your precedent. So I find the sort of generosity of the terrace and the floor and the cantilever like, oh, wow, that's so like generous. And then to come in and find it divided into these absolutely tiny little cells, it's like giving with one hand and taking away with the other in a way. I also liked in the precedent that the balcony on the floor second from the top actually joins the landscape again. I don't know whether that's what happens here. Seems like one of the terraces, back there. You see how the terrace on the second level maybe joins back into the land? So, and notice that the walls are all glass. Not that I love glass walls, by the way. In general, I don't. But you can see in this application, the emphasis is on the horizontality of the floor slabs. I mean, that's what's magical about it. It's a little like Falling Water by Frank Lloyd Wright. Right? What's the use of hanging out over the water if you don't show that it's a magic trick? So because your walls are fairly substantial, the impulse is then for them to go all the way down to the ground, and for the expression not to be cantilever, but a kind of Greek monastery on a mountain, where the walls actually dominate and go down to the ground. So I think the poetics, if you will, the metaphorics of the styling of this is fairly important. And I feel like at this stage in your development, you're beginning to discover sort of interesting structural moves, and but your vocabulary is still boxes with holes in it. Like your vocabulary is still, okay, a room or a building is basically a box, got a top, it's got a bottom, and I put windows and doors in it. And I think you see modern architects, like in this case here, really struggling to deconstruct the idea that a building is a box with square holes in it. like a building is a series of platters, or a building is like a wafer of some kind. And I do think metaphorics here are important. So if you went with Martin's metaphorics of, oh, that top looks like a boulder. I mean, this looks like an earthquake hit it at the back, quite frankly. You might even be able to do a better job by making your top floor look like a boulder or feel like a boulder. But I'd try to make the walls transparent in the lower two levels so that you can get the floating slabs as well.
Those are some really good constructive comments, I think.
Yeah,
And you know what? A pair of columns under there wouldn't have hurt. I mean, I find
it wouldn't, right? Like the question like that is always like, why do you go through all these acrobatics? Like, is that really necessary? What's so bad about like just like, you know, something like that? Does that really destroy it?
Expensive, yeah.
I think, Michael, I think one thing that you said I thought was really good in with regards to sort of like, I think the decision I think that you need to make, which is how the building relates to the ground. And is it falling water, or is it a Greek monastery? I mean, I think that to me sort of like encapsulated like that dilemma that you have right now, because it's neither nor at the moment. And I think it should be one or the other. Or
yeah,
I mean,
and I think it'll come to her. She just needs to enlarge her vocabulary by another notch or two. Like, you can't get these kinds of buildings and other ones that you admire just based on the fundamentals of, you know, a room or building as a plan with windows. There's no way to get plan, windows, box into any of these things. You have to sort of go back a bit and abstract the building into a different analysis of parts.
Well, good. I think you have a lot of really good ideas to address and look at. I think you have a strong diagram of the project. You just now need to.
Yeah, I love the diagram. I think it needs to be a little more generous.
Okay, thank you, Aranza.
Make it bigger.
Thank you, Aranza. Osvaldo.
Hello. Okay. Are we ready to start?
Martin probably went down the hall.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to get a drink quickly and I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Aranza and Isabel, when we finish for this morning session at noon or around noon, can I see each of you for about 5 minutes? I just want to go over the things that you can do for the portfolio review, what you need to add. Okay, Isabel, Aranza. I think I better clear it today than think about it over the weekend. Wait, I should have talked to them. So what I'd like for you guys to do is to think about how you're using all this input, and see what is that you can polish, finish, or add to the portfolio review. Osvaldo, you're giving me a nice smile, like, oh, I thought I was done. Well, it's up to you guys, but you can use it as positive criticism and see how you can make whatever you have even better. It is cold. I'm freezing. Let me get a sweater or something on. Okay, Michael just stepped up for a minute.
Yes, sorry, I think I started this
I know.
the Exodus. I just needed to, like, I always think like towards the end of a presentation, that's like, I always feel like that's the best slot where you can actually kind of like step out if you need to, because then, you know, you've said that, you know, not missing any of the student presentation.
No, this is good. So Martin, you will be on their portfolio review as well.
I think I will, right? Next Friday, is that correct?
Either Friday or Thursday, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, but it's in my calendar somewhere.
So,
It's, yeah, no, I know, I put it there.
Osvaldo, you can start.
Good morning. My name is Osvaldo Herrera, and I just want to say thank you for taking your time to come into our presentation this morning. And I wanted to start again, just from the beginning of when we started this semester, which was with my president, the Oslo Opera House by Snoera. And then these are some of the paintings that I took out from this great building, this amazing monumental building that they did on this pier. And I think what I really took away from this president was the system that they work with, in which they had this public space, and then they had this monumental piece in the middle, which was the opera house itself, and then in the back they had this kind of factory involving, you know, just rooms for training and rooms for practices. And then from there we kept on going on and did some models at home. I started experimenting how can we approach the site, especially the site that we were given, the Alps. So that was very interesting, especially with the altitudes that we had, just the slopes that we had. And here I even experimented with digging into the ground, and that was again one of our explorations. And we kept on going, doing several designs, several study models, just thinking about these different forms, how we can start considering movement throughout the building or movement throughout these different programs that we were gonna have. And then here are some of my sketches, again, just thinking about form, thinking about movement, thinking about how these things can come together.
The one in the middle?
Excuse me?
Did you try to build the one in the middle?
No, I did not. But maybe someday I will. But yes, it was very interesting. Just again, having these thoughts come out by hand, and that led into what we were given, Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene, the CAA, Arts Research Facility, which we gave it 2 terms. We had a well, first I want to talk that whenever I thought about this research facility, I thought about, you know, the 3 different spatial relationships that we were going to have: the public, the private, the work. And at first, with my 2 first iterations, I tried to combine those things, but it kept letting me either one way or the other. Either it was too public or it was too much in the work spot. And you can see here the preliminary review looks more like this hotel that you want to stay on or something. And the mid review looks like a complete lab. And again, just thinking about how you could have this combination of all these 3 things. But I think I was thinking too much about that I started to let go of what I really wanted to explore, especially with the sites. And that's whenever I came back to the drawing board and I started thinking about the scale. What is the scale that we're dealing with here? We have these large mountains, yet we're so small, but we also want to build this kind of monumental piece that's in the middle of nowhere, that's you know, just somewhere out there in these mountainous ridges. Also, I want to think about shelter. How can we incorporate ourselves within this building? How can we see it as a form of shelter? But also just doing research in this place, and for extended periods of time. You know, sometimes some researchers go, you know, the ones that go to the ICS spend months there. So just thinking about how we can make this as a form of shelter for the person. And then also, yes, thinking about this frame perspective, you have this amazing scenery. How can you frame it into, how can you approach it in a simple way through your design? And that led me to my current design that I have here for this final review. Um, and here you can see how I have extended it to the left side of it. This is mostly the living spaces here, but I've also incorporated some of the living space on this right corner. And to the left, you'll see the large area that will be the lab space. Here is the immediate site plan where you can see where the helipad sits up on top of the hill of my building. And this is just thinking about a 500 by 500 square foot area. And then this is relating to the RT location by an 8,000 square foot location. But you can see where the ridge leads into my building or my building leads into UTSI. And you can just have a straight view towards it. And here's just, again, seeing this mountainous regions where you have the glaciers and then you have the valleys downhill. And then also just taking into consideration the sunlight, how much sunlight would I really receive during this building? And you'll see right now through some of my renders and how I don't receive much sunlight other than late in the afternoon. That's when I receive the most sunlight in this building. Here you can see the ground level floor plan. I think it's a very straightforward one. Again, I wanted to have this kind of a frame structure. So my main entrance is right in the middle, and here you can either lead to the right or to the left, and that will lead you straight to these different areas. Here you have your lab on the left side. To the right, you have your common space, your dining place, 2 different rooms, and also a gym. And then we'll go to the second floor, and that's where we have more activity going on. On the left side, you have meeting rooms, you have the offices. And then to the right, you have this, again, living space with, certain forms of entertainment. You have 6 more rooms at the second floor. And also you have this space for reflection, display, and this space for you to have privacy and just to take time.
The upper wall is embedded in the dirt, right?
Yes.
That's cut in. Okay.
Yes, all of that is connected to the dirt. It's against the mountain. And here you have the front view section to being again, as you approach the building, this is, if you were to cut it, this is what it would look like. Again, you have the large lab space on the left side, and then to the right side, you have this large space that sits above the common place, above the dining area. And then it divides into 2 sections. Your 2 different rooms on the right side, or the hallway that leads all the way to the right stairs, and then the rooms upstairs as well. Here's the second section. Again, on the left side, you would have those offices, the office space. In the middle, you have that staircase that connects everything. And again, you have an option to either go left or right, whichever way you want to approach it. And then you have your private space here, right next to it, and the living space, and that would extend to the later rooms farther right. This is side view section. Again, just seeing it from one of the sides, you can see some of the framework here of the trusses, and then just the different of levels here as they change. Here again, this is the middle of the entrance, the stairs that lead you to the center part. And then here's some of that private space I was speaking about. You have also your kitchen here, your storage room, and then farther back you can see where the gym is located, and then the dining space, and then an exterior little table where you can just go out and hang out there. Here's my exploded axon, where you can see most of the framework and most of what's going behind the scenes. So you have the room, and then right under the roof with the roofing truss system, you have the HVAC as well. Below that, you have a ceiling that covers a second level construction frame. So that's where your second level is. And right under that, again, you have your HVAC and your flooring, and the ceiling for the next ground floor. And then you have your grounded concrete foundation and also the framing of those walls, those concrete walls. Here's the wall section for these. This is mostly for the rooms. Here's the water vapor barrier, the insulation, header window frame, thermal insulation shins for the windows, air gaps, double pane window, and the window sills. You know, just taking into consideration everything that could affect this building, especially there in the room and the rooms, since it's a very flat surface. And here I'm going to start showing some of those images I was talking about, where you can see how you can explore these areas. This is the large lab area, and you can see the truss system. I left it exposed here, so you could have this this more monumental feeling of this is a bigger space than the rest of the building. Here again, the offices, you can look down through the windows, and you can even look straight all the way across the building. And again, just thinking about that framing a perspective, just thinking about how you can frame this into one piece and look all the way through. Here you see the central stairs and how they can serve, you know, the oculus on top that gives you light, how they can serve as a small resting place, just a place to meet, and, you know, hang out in the middle as well. And you have the large window that looks outward. Again, going straight forward to the other location of the other side of the building on the second floor. Here you can see down towards the dining area and then the exterior space as well. You have this living space with again an open truss system at the top, you know, no ceiling, so that you have this bigger space, this larger scale than the other parts of the building, the hallways. Here you can see the private room where I darkened it for the most part, and I just left that oculus on top just open so that all light would come through there.
Is that room painted black?
Yes.
Because that's a lot of light.
Open? Do you mean like unenclosed or?
No, there's glass. There's
glass. Okay.
Yes.
So like right now we're in the winter and it's like covered in snow. Like we're seeing the white snow on top.
Spherical room that bursts through the ceiling. I saw that in the section. I like that they're sitting on round things.
Here you can see again how some of the rooms I made some of my windows so that you could either be laying down, you can still look out, or you can be sitting at your desk and you'll still be able to see this beautiful scenery that you're given on this mountainous location. And again, just going back to the centerpiece, here you can see again that how you can overlook different areas just from one point of view. You have your gym, you know, use another area for people to come hang out and work out together. And here's just the hallways, the two big hallways at the bottom. Again, they connect most of the parts downstairs. Just again, thinking into that framing system, yes, how can I approach this space or this hallway and get to many locations with just one simple movement of just going straight forward. And with that, I'll just finish with my final renders. Again, this is how you would approach it. As you mentioned, there would be snow. It would be rough terrain, so just take that into consideration. And then just as you look down to the mountains, this is the view that you would get as you exit the building. Thank you.
How large is your project compared to the square footage given in the brief? It seems like bigger than some of the other ones that we've looked at. It like I would be like, oh, this is a full resort hotel somewhere up there. It seems big. Do you have a sense of like where you are in terms of?
Not exactly, but I did have in comparison with my other iterations. With my other iterations did reach the square footage. So this, I would say this one's just about like 500 or 1,000 square feet bigger. But I wouldn't say by that much it is, you know, that much of a difference.
It seems big.
It seems big, and it all came out in that early sketch where we see these two gigantic cliffs and these tiny little people. So like this drawing is like a repeat of that drawing, and modest by comparison. Listen, I see a lot of skill here, and certainly a lot of ambition, which I totally appreciate. Your top priority is spatial variety, looking up, looking down, looking through. I can almost hear your previous instructors telling you how important it is for there to be a kind of Swiss cheese of space as far as possible, that spaces be threaded into each other from every conceivable angle. So, given that as a parameter and that as a priority, I think you've done extremely well. You're very lucky to have rendering software that can take, very, very simple sketches and make them light up and have materiality, In my day, we had to do watercolors of every damn thing we thought of, which slowed us down quite a lot, I assure you. But, you guys are able to do that and to put furniture in quickly and so forth. But still, I think you've done a really good job, and it makes my sense of what I would want to criticize just like go up a notch, which is maybe appropriate for design 5, right? So, for example, I asked that question about, go back to the plans, please.
Yes.
The Swiss cheese of
Yeah,
space.
yeah. So I was going, so this is something I think you should just know for the future, is that excavating rock is an extremely expensive and laborious procedure involving explosives and extreme nature destruction, plus whole flotillas of trucks that have to get out of the mountains carrying tons of rock. Or I guess you could just throw the rock down the mountain and hope no one skis on it in the future. But generally, you try to make the line of excavation as simple as possible.
Okay.
Like you try not to make it go back and forth like this, right? You try to cut a straight line, or you can backfill maybe if you need poche to make certain things happen. But by and large, you just can't treat cutting a rock like making a framing wall, right? Like a wall of brick or frame, you can do this back quite easily. But just imagine that it's unbelievably hard, unbelievably expensive.
Yeah.
To cut a profile like that, and then waterproof it, by the way, and then tie it back into rock. I think the price you pay, though, is another price, which is how little light from the front of the building is going to get back there.
Yes, that was one thing that I did encounter.
Yeah, I don't know why your building needs to be quite that buried. And I don't know, I would have asked you to develop a strategy for letting almost direct sunlight down onto the back face.
Okay.
To relieve the glare from the front. Because I think all these front-facing windows are going to get very, very glary from the sunlight on the snow. The inner spaces are not going to feel good.
I think your overall strategy is actually quite simple and quite intriguing, and some ways that there's a project that follows the kind of topography as a roughly kind of linear volume, and then that roughly linear volume is kind of subdivided into compartments, structural, like as you mentioned, and that sort of generates a succession of spaces that are both sort of compartments in their own right, but there's the implication that they connect to each other. That strategy actually only like became apparent to me when you showed your short sections. I was like, oh, that's the project. And I think you need like you had 3. I think you need like 10
Yes.
of those short sections. I think I think the long sections don't tell. Like these are the sections that talk about that concept to me. And I think this is where I think the variation comes in. Like, can you actually get some light in here somewhere and also deal with the water that runs in there or something like that? I don't know.
Okay.
I think in your, once again, in your plans, like in many other projects, like topo lines were criminally absent. I think that's just something that you guys need to, like on a site like that, you just need to have topo lines. And I think that was, I would imagine that was probably part of one of the pedagogical objectives of the studio.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I think it's just, you need to, because
Right.
then maybe I would understand your concept in plan too, and not just in section.
Yeah, because we did have them in the site here.
Yeah, and this is so interesting, right? Like this is so interesting because like there's like, I don't know what like if this is 2 feet or 5 feet or something like, but like this is where then like maybe there's a line here when you get to the finer grain, and that kind of is taken up by something that happens in the building here, and then there is another topo line here, and that may actually kind of, so I think that precision of topo lines I think is really crucial for a project like that. And here, actually, this is a diagram of a site plan. It's not really a site plan.
Right.
But I think it's a diagram that makes sense. It's a diagram that I understand in the way that you want this to relate to the site. So I would work on that a little bit more.
What's that little building in the bottom right of your site plan?
That's a helipad, no?
Yeah, that's a helipad.
That's a helipad. Ah, geez. All right, never mind.
I think the other issue that I had with your plans a little bit, go back to your plan, was that I think you didn't fully embrace that system that you came up with, which I think is actually a very interesting system, right? You have sort of like a compartmentalized structural system. I would expect that to show up back here.
Okay.
Then like, you know, if this is a structural line, then like why would this be just a little bit off? I think there's just like a discipline that like, you know, this line, ooh, what happens here? Ay, ouch. So I think that's those things are just things where you I think you have the bones down. I think you have the elements in the mix that you need. But I think with regards to that, then we can find different ideas of circulation. We can have sort of like, okay, there's like this on the back, there's services here, and then there are spaces here. Or we can actually meander through that way. So like there's then certain kind of diagrammatic ways of using spaces. And I think this is relatively clear here, this part. And like
yeah, but it gets super casual very quickly.
But then it gets here, like I have no idea what's going on here, and then it comes back a little bit. So that's where it really sort of falls apart for me. And I think the rigor that this has the potential of setting up is not really kind of like pulled all the way through the project.
Right, I would so totally agree. I mean, I was looking everywhere for a staircase. I had to like find it. I assume this is a grand stair.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't draw very grand, does it?
Right.
And I don't know why the elevator is here. Usually people, choose between the elevator or the stair. Or one person uses the elevator, one person uses the stair, and they expect to meet up again. I think like the stair elevator is usually, at the very least, the elevator would be here, let's say, so that people could, meet at the bottom or something within sight of each other.
Right.
And I do agree. I think it's quite obvious, actually, that there needs to be, your central space needs to be a unified object, like somewhere in there, so that these things can go through and do what they're supposed to do. I find that, yeah, I mean, that it's just a matter of finding order and letting order, do its work a little better than you are.
Yeah, and I think
designers,
like here on the second floor, I think I did that better.
Yeah, better. I think as young designers, we become very nervous when we see repetition. and we think, oh no, that's boring, that's boring. You know, I've got to bend it, kink it, shift it, move it, twist it, got to do something. Not really. You know, your variations can occur at a much smaller scale. There's lots of scales to architecture. There's furniture scale, there's door handle scale, there's textures and finishes scale, you know, medium, large, big, and each one of them can have its own music. But at the large scale of structure, I think regularity is probably a virtue.
I would
means,
dash
you know,
in the structure everywhere. Like wherever you have a sort of like structural line on top, I think you need to dash that in, because that gives you that order that I think you need to, and those are like visible, right? Like those determine the space just as much as like, well, maybe not quite as much because you can walk underneath, but they are responsible for the character of the space as much as any wall or window. So I think you need to dash the overhead structure in.
What it's like, Osvaldo, it's like with music. There's a drum track, you know, there's the bass line. It's only the lead guitar, the voice, and maybe the rhythm guitar that gets to fool around. But the drum track and the bass line pretty much have to lay down the beat, you know? I think you're playing with the beat here a bit too much.
You know, he had that order. He had two other completely different schemes, and they were highly ordered and structured. I think he just did not have as much time to develop this to the extent that you had your preliminary mid-review. There was good comments, really good comments, because I think you need to bring that.
I've been in this situation before, and it's like, Osvaldo, what happens is, you know, you have a scheme that's too orderly, and then you go, well, I've still got 3 weeks left. I think I'll mess this up a little bit. Give myself some problems to chew on for another 3 weeks. You know, the secret there is if you have an order that's promising, like if you've laid down that track, so to speak, you just work on other tracks. You just go, okay, I'm now going to design things that are only 5 feet and smaller. Like I'm going to find some place to play a song inside this order. And then I'm going to find another place to do variation, right? And it's all the orders together on top of each other that make the rich building. It's not like wrecking the order every time to give yourself variation.
You also had a really very successful earlier renderings of inside. And I think what we've seen today, and this is a lot of this is new to me, is there's a lot of brown darkness. You know, really get a bucket of white paint.
Yeah, I couldn't really use the render tool because my computer kept on crashing. So I was just screenshotting.
You make those interiors beautiful. You had that before, and you had these incredible views that you can look out. Bring all of it in, because all those materials is like they're ordered from the shelf and just kind of put on, including stone that's running the wrong way. I think I'd go gentler with the
right.
Oh, look, I just spotted your elevator. There's another elevator next to the stairs.
Yeah, there's 2 elevators.
Oh, you should have said something. You let me go on and on like a fool about this elevator. Is that a service elevator and a public elevator?
Yeah, so one of them's more public, the other one's more service. I thought about putting 2 because again, there's like more of a living space here situation. So I think, you know, people don't want to go all across a building and then all across again.
So they're both for people, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say one's for service.
Well, I was thinking about using this one for service that could potentially take you to the helicopter pad, and that would help you distribute, like bring food supplies or etc. Like,
I think it's a good example actually to talk about circulation as a sort of like something that also has its own kind of order within your project, right? Because right now you're peppering things in, just like there's a little bit everywhere. There's like, okay, there's something here, and then there's something off to the side. There's something here. There's another stair here. There's something here, and I think you could easily make, I think there's a couple of possible statements here about how circulation works. Like one would be that there's sort of like a half bay every now and then, and that's where you have circulation. Another one would be that you have a band back here, and that's where all the kind of stairs go. That's where the elevator goes. That's where services go.
Right.
You could, another one, and these are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I think in the beginning they may be. Another one is like, oh, you have some kind of public space armature that goes all the way through, and everything is kind of attached to that, which you're almost doing, but not quite. And I think to find that ordering diagram for your circulation and the way that you move through the project, that is then overlaid with kind of like that structural diagram, I think would bring in that sense of rigor that I think we see the potential for, but that just like needs another go over. Like it's just not quite, things have not quite clicked in place yet there.
Right.
Osvaldo, do you have any questions for reviewers?
No, I don't, but I just want to say thank you for all the comments. They're really helpful, and just, again, those are things that are hard to think about while you're designing. Sometimes you need, a set of new, fresh eyes to look at your stuff, and these comments have been really helpful. Just trying to understand how I could potentially just make this a whole lot better.
Yeah. And the best thing is you're going to see Martin again next week. So he's taking notes of what you're doing. He'll be good.
Well, I'll remember.
You put an amazing amount of work in the first two schemes. And I think now you'll have this extra time to shape them up in a way that support your thesis and your ideas. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You have any, students are still on, if you have any parting comments. I think the input was really good, and we're looking at it, in a way, I'm looking at it as mid-review, and we'll continue on.
I think one observation, I think I enjoyed mostly what I and I've been like, this was the second Design 5 review that I was on this week, and like I think I enjoyed like seeing at that stage of your guys' careers that how you're moving out of a sort of like pretty prescriptive realm of like do this, do that, do have a certain spatial philosophy, like to sort of like find your own trajectories and your own voices. And I think that was always like, I really enjoyed like when that was coupled with sort of like the like will to actually kind of throw things away and start over and do things again. And like, because every time you learn something about your project and it gets better, even if it temporarily as an outcome gets worse, but you'll still learn something. And I think that's really, really important. And it will make you more efficient over time too, because like when you draw a plan, like how many plans did Corbusier draw of the Villa Savoye until he got it right? Like I mean, some of the early iterations look really horrible. Like, so I think that's an important lesson. The other lesson is draw topo lines in plan. I think all the projects, and this was I think something that I noticed consistently throughout sections, like that many projects did actually a decent job of drawing sections and actually kind of like integrating projects in section and sort of like paying attention to that. But in plan, I noticed very, very often that there was an absence of, there was just some sort of superimposed order, ideal order on top of the mountain, which in its own right could be an attitude that you have, if it was conscious. but it seemed often less conscious, but more of an absence of topo lines. And I think that's something that I think is really, really important, that you kind of you need to understand and draw the landscape, and like then you can determine how your project relates to the landscape. And I think there are different solutions to that, right? I'm not saying like make your project contextual in a sense that it like kind of tries to draw its form from the landscape, which is one attitude, but there are also many, many other attitudes that you can have about how to make a building in a landscape. But I think it all goes, no matter what attitude you have, it goes through drawing the landscape in all its facets and the plan and section. And I think that was really something that I noticed that was sometimes.
Luckily, they had no trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're way above the tree line.
And maybe it's hard for the students in Texas to imagine alpine life.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they maybe watched
and topography, you know, the thinking about, and that most of the plans are thought and brought onto the void paper. And a way to really do that and is to actually draw everything on site and then put your building in. Then
what I found, So listen, all the advice, all the summary advice that Martin just said, which, you know, I'm just going to agree with flat out again. Interesting enough, are about the art of building, or the art of construction, or the art of design, and not much about global warming and all the stuff that your program started off with. This is all of Design 5 subscribed, right, to that program. Yeah. So I don't know how other studios did it, but I noticed we did short shrift to the generalizability, like what happens when millions of people move into the Alps? You know, when the Alps are actually no longer snow covered, but temperate because of global warming. You know, it's not going to be a ski landscape. It's going to be it's going to be like Colorado. It's I don't know. It's just like when I started reading that, I thought, oh my God, not only is architecture going to solve the world's global warming problems, but this class is going to solve those problems. and I thought, well, not bad for 20-year-olds, you know, like we'll just, when architects put their mind to it, they're going to fix this. So I'm actually sort of relieved that that dimension just served as a motivation. Hey, we're going to do a small building in the Alps. But you know, I think the political and the global dimensions of this is like, I don't know how you feel, Martin or Smilja. Like, I don't know that it's actually in our hands or our job to fix. We can try to save energy. We can use, you know, we can use wood that's been well farmed. There's a certain kind of good citizenship that architecture can offer. But I don't know that we're at the core of what it's going to take to stop global warming or handle millions of people immigrating from country to country, you know, escaping drought. And I mean, really, is that our job? I don't know. So I'm grateful that we just talked about foundations and where the snow will fall off the roof and, you know, where the windows should go, honestly.
I think that the studio's focus was really of what materials can you build at that latitude, altitude, and what is reusable, what has resilience. And I think we started with a lot of steel projects, and we've been trying to sort of cut out the inappropriate material construction there, and also trying to reduce the concrete. And that's been really the hardest to take away, because most of the structures built there are made out of wood, timber. That is what's available, that's what's light. But Martin, you answered.
I mean, it's a good question. Michael, you're just like bringing up the difficult questions here. I thought I would get away easily here and just like talk about it. Like it's a difficult question. I think there's this quote by O.M. Ungers, who I personally actually kind of like a lot, not because of his design, but because of his writing. And he at some stage said, I think in an interview, something like, well, architecture can only ever solve architectural problems. And I think that's interesting. If you think about it, it seems like, well, it's a retreat, right? It's sort of like, oh, we're not having anything to do with it. But I think it's actually not, because the material that you use in your facade is an architectural problem, right? And it also is linked to cycles of production and consumption. So I think, to me, the discussions about the wood, for example, that we had, those actually started to become really interesting, because they have to do with essentially architectural problems of how.
But were you in David's review?
Yeah,
where
yeah.
He remember he talked about Gupta's remark, his engineer saying, let's not use concrete, let's use brick. And he asked his engineer, why should we use brick? And he did not get an engineering answer. He said, let's use brick because it provides so much employment. In other words, it's a project in India, people need work, let's provide it by using brick. Or, let's not waste steel because steel is that kind of thing. But it seems to me that once you say that those decisions can be made in 1 week, in a committee, with you, your engineer, your client, you go, we're going to use brick because of this, we're going to use this kind of wood because of this and that. And now it's an architectural problem. And I just think that that's what the bulk of school should be about, not agonizing the decisions. We ought to be good at doing brick. Why should we be good at doing brick? Because it provides employment. In other words, it seems like those are policy decisions that can be made by cities, by planners, by engineers, but it doesn't absolve us from knowing what brick wants to be.
No,
what wood wants to be, or what, and that's what we can be teaching.
Yeah.
The other question is that, I think, to me, that of appropriateness, of what sort of solution to a certain problem is appropriate. And I think that's really something where we maybe, I feel like I'm hopeful that we're slowly learning, and we're sort of moving out of that, let's say, the acrobatic phase of star architecture, of look here, no hands, or I think, and is that really appropriate for a, I don't know, hotel or a TV headquarters, or yeah. And I think that, to me, is an interesting question, because it really often, we as architects tend to think about what else can we put into our project in order to solve these pressing global problems. And I think sometimes we should ask ourselves, what else can we leave out of our building in order to help solve these global problems?
Absolutely, very good.
I feel like that's.
I agree, and I agree that the culprit here is, first we have to make crazy shapes. Then we ask, how can we make these? Oh, it would require steel, and it would require ceramics, and it would require, all kinds of high-tech stuff in order to do the crazy shape. So I agree, if we just relax a little bit about the crazy shape and just go, no, the idea is to make poetry with the following vocabulary: sustainably harvest wood, labor providing brick, cutting down on aluminum, you know what I mean? But that's setting the table. You still have to be a good chef. We still have to do beautiful things with that. And I think that's where our education comes in, like teaching students how to do wood, how to do brick again, not to just run straight to, computer controlled steel bending and so forth.
I think that's a really good point. You were talking about brick, and one talks about brick, one needs to mention Khan and how he had used brick. And it's quite interesting to see how Khan response to building in India was so different than what Le Corbusier did.
Yeah.
He used materials that they can build themselves. And Le Corbusier, on the other hand, came in with this Western idea of concrete Anyway, but that's, I think
Yeah,
that to me,
yeah.
that's a really good lesson of how to.
So I think of the projects this morning. I was thinking of Isabel's project and the hard time we gave her about the wood. And I just think that more time on what that wood could do performance-wise was the most interesting question.
Yeah, I thought that was. I think actually, I think the solution to that particular problem is actually probably fairly straightforward, Isabel. Like I think you have that like look at the wall section of your precedent, and I think there's like two layers. Like one is a sort of like thick wood layer on the inside that is not patterned. One is one in the front, and then you have like you reduce like you don't have a big piece of glass behind that wood everywhere that does the insulation, but you just reduce that to like 15% of its glass surface, and then like you still have the pattern in front that you want to see. It's only that now in like 80% of the surface area you have another solid wood wall behind it.
And the real question is, how do I give the impression? How do I keep people inside constantly conscious of this wood sweater?
Yeah, that's
you can hide it. You can make it. You can design it a certain way. No one will ever see it except when you're outside. But the idea of bringing that sweater, so to speak, close to your cheeks so you can sort of smell it and see it and look through it now and again, you know, so that you feel it, even though it's wrapping the outside. You know, like if that occupied your mind a lot, you would find your plan getting simpler and simpler. Just because there was no time, basically, to invent other cool stuff.
Well, those are all really great comments. I just want to thank you both for this insightful conversation we had with these students. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Michael. Am I on another review with you this afternoon? Maybe by any chance?
I believe so. Maybe
So
not.
the second one.
I'm on Cisco's. Are you on Cisco?
Okay, no, I think I'm on Matt Ficus. So okay.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate
Thank you, Smilja. Thank you, students. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Good
you.
luck for the next week.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. We have, all right. So I think you should all look at your project. I took a note, but I think the closure was really great because they both talked about the absence of contours. So I would go through site plan, your contours, your sections. And when you're drawing those contours, don't draw them every 30 feet, 30 meters, but draw them, really show what is actually going on with the, how close they are. I would also look into, let's see, I took notes on, I think, let's see, Isabel, I think you need to lighten your colors also. Everything is so brownish. Just lighten up the information that you have
Like
there.
saturated or just brown?
Yes. By the way, I really don't like brown. I think I'm not old enough to use brown yet, but anyway.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that.
Do it lighter material. I showed the contours, topography, ramps, roofs. Your roofs, I would look at how the roof is actually constructed. Geometry, topography, contours, topos. Okay, Aranza, are you there? Oh, she's not there. I'm going to skip that. Okay, Osvaldo, I applaud you on how much you've done. You have 3 full projects that you were trying to bring to us. So again, the site plan showed the access, showed the roads, color palette. Look at the interior. Do something that is quite restrained, lighter. Truss is way too dark.
Yeah.
change the palette on that contours, no brown. Views out. You remember your rendering?
Yes.
Initially?
Yes.
Oh, so great.
This is mostly time, but yeah, this week I'll definitely go back and you know,
Well, again,
change those stuff.
you're doing this for your portfolio.
Right. Yeah.
So some of the interior rooms and looking out that we've done individually, I didn't really see them. I think it's also important, I would go back and bring in some of the prototypes, some of our site analysis in terms of the wind, the light. We had some really great diagrams, and all of that is on the box, so you can borrow that. So I think we need to better describe of how this project found itself in the latitude that it did. Let's see what else. Clarify ordering diagrams. I think they all had really great comments. I think they were very constructive. I really appreciate. And Michael can get very poetic as well, which I thought
Yes, that was great.
I thought that was good. Anyway, do you guys have any? Hello, Fernando. What time is it? We're in a few more minutes. So I think that's all. I'm going to let you take a break so you can be back for a new session.
Okay, thank you.
You guys have any questions? We'll, at the end of the class, we'll talk about and see whether we need to meet or whatever we need to do before the portfolio review. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Good job.
Hello, Smilja.
Hello, Fernando.
How are you?
Muito bem.
Tudo bem?
Yeah, tudo bem. I think. Oh, what are you? You're inside. Where are you? Let me see.
Vasconcelos Library in Mexico City.
Ah, okay.
It's my favorite building of the 21st century.
Nice. Who is the architect on that? Who is the architect?
Your audio here for a second.
Okay, who was it? The architect is Vasconcelos? Who is the architect?
No, the architect is Kalash, Alberto Kalash.
Oh, Roberto Kalash, okay. I was gonna say, otherwise I haven't heard who the other person is.
Yeah.
So, hello, Nicole. I think we just finished with the first review that went longer.
Okay.
But we're almost there.
I'll just drink my coffee in the meantime.
Okay, here I'm admitting. Hello, Michael.
Hello, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. I think we are, yeah, this is the full crew. And let me see if I have the students already. Okay, all right. So Anna, Mason and Taryn are coming the next session. So we'll have 3 projects to look at. What I'd like to do is to have you guys introduce yourself briefly to the class. And then I'll talk about the level and the project, and then we'll move on. So Fernando, you probably are not a known factor to the undergraduates.
Yes, very nice to be here. Thank you, Smilja, for the invitation. I direct the PhD program here at the School of Architecture, and I teach several courses related to the Americas.
Good. He's from Brazil, and he brings a Latin American connection. Nicole?
Hello, Nicole Wiedemann. I am an architect and also a professor, associate professor at UT. I've been there a long time. Currently, I just finished up a graduate studio focusing on Shoal Creek, and then in the spring I'll be teaching a 3rd-year studio, environmental studio, focusing on I-35, which is currently in discussion. I also run the professional residency program. That's probably the most pertinent things for you guys. Michael?
Hello, I'm Michael Deere. I received my Master's of Architecture from UT a number of years ago. So I've been through quite a few studios at UT. This is my first Zoom studio. But I recently, I'm a local architect in Austin, recently launched my own practice with my wife about a year or two ago, and then have previously worked for some local architects in town, other professors at UT, Matt Ficus. I was at Matt Ficus for a number of years. So looking forward to seeing everybody's work.
Great. Okay, so for some of you, this is the intermediate design 5 for undergraduates, and this is a new studio type that was sort of revisited what the sound building used to be, and it's actually bringing together all of their courses in environmental control, site design, and structure, except that we're doing it semester when they're actually taking those classes. So that has been quite a challenge to get them to think tectonically, structurally, and mechanically without actually finishing all of those courses. So the studio is completely online, and that has, added another level of isolation and not being able to use computer digital production at school. So all of that had to be done what you can find at Michael's or the cardboards from Amazon boxes to make sites. So mainly the investigations were done, some by analog and a little of model building, and the rest was done digitally. And so 5 sections are all involved in this extreme site in where Uzi, the Iceman, was found. And the idea was to actually bring and raise the awareness of climate change, melting of glaciers, and how would you actually construct and how would you build at such a latitude. So we began the studios all across by giving a number of talks on sustainability to address the Kreutzer's point of view of Anthropocene and how that might affect of the materials and construction that the students would employ. We have also done a number of readings about prospect and refuge. Toma, Berlanda topographies were used as a reading text, and you will see that a reflection in the responses that students had. We were also had read Tectonic Culture by Kenneth Frampton to talk about sort of the history of making. And what was interesting to connect to what they're doing is that we have looked at discovery of Uzi, the Iceman, the tools that he had when he was found, and then trying to figure out what are the tools that we'll use in 21st century to build in the type of environment. And with that, I want to go ahead and start with Anna. If you would introduce yourself and then go, I forgot to mention, we spent the first 2 weeks doing a series of precedents. There were all structures and buildings in high altitude, looking at how others, architectural firms, had addressed the similar issues that we are looking at. And from there, we moved into the project. The class had also done extensive study and analysis of the topography, soil conditions, environmental, and what you can actually build aside of looking at the precedents. And with that, I'm going to, Anna, the audience is on you.
Okay. All right, I will share my screen. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so hi, I'm Ana de Salida, and this is my project for Design 5. From the beginning, starting with our precedent analysis, I had the Peter Pickler Oberregen mountain hut, and what I really took away from this was how this building intends to frame these main mountain ranges in the Dolomites in South Tyrol, and the different materiality and experience that you get from the contrast of the materials inside and outside, and how it's kind of like an extension of the ground in a sense, where the design is like mostly embedded, but the parts where people gather are projecting out. And then we did a bit of exploration with some models trying to see how we could intervene in the ground. And here are some concept sketches that I was starting to think about in the beginning, taking into account the geology of South Tyrol and how glaciers are so prominent there. And of course, in the Anthropocene, how us humans have to take control of what we're doing. With climate change and everything, glaciers are something to look at in that region since they are receding. But yeah, I started to look at how when glaciers move down a slope, they begin to crack and form these voids called crevasses. And I also looked at the motion of a skier down a slope. So this began to drive these form explorations, and going on with that, I moved with this first model because it was one of the ideas that I had more in the beginning when I saw kind of a top view of our site, how the linearity of those crevasses and those voids in the glaciers formed. And it kind of reminded me of Zaha Hadid paintings, and I wanted to incorporate something like that into my project, not in the sense of the actual form of Zaha Hadid, but the idea of abstracting the landscape and making something prominent in the mountain. So going on with that, my project statement here, considering the geology of the South Tyrolean Alps, this project is an exploration of the shifting and fracturing of glaciers, which create captivating voids, crevasses, and how these geological formations can be applied to architecture. As if the earth had a mind of its own, abstracted layers of the mountain protrude outwards and begin to shift, resulting in a crevasse that separates the private programs from the public and working ones, and continues to expand, creating a semi-protected outdoor area. The resulting two programmatic volumes are aimed at specific views, such as the place of discovery of Utsi the Iceman and the valley ending at Lake Vernago. So here is just an overall site map. So these are the three main mountain peaks. And here is where Utsi the Iceman was found. Here's where I am placing my proposal, which is as you turn the corner from this peak right here. And how you would get there would be that you would go through this little town called Masoporto, and you would either take a cable car or a road up to this hiking trail. And then that hiking trail would take you all the way to the building. So going on from my statement from before, here are just a couple diagrams showing how I explored the idea of glaciers fracturing as they move down a slope. So first the stresses create that movement, and then that fracture occurs. So I used that main fracture, that main crevasse space as a divider between the private programs and the public ones. And also then began to see how those could even get shifted more to allow for more sunlight into the private rooms and to frame those views such as Utsi the Iceman and the Lake Vernago Valley. So here is the site plan of my proposal. And as you can see how it's located, you would turn the corner from that peak and come into here, or I mean,
we lost the sound.
Anna, I believe your audio has cut out.
Anna, we cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, would you repeat what you just said, because we did not hear it.
Okay, yes, my internet is a bit choppy. So what I was saying was that since my idea was that main crevasse space, that main void, you would begin that journey from this long procession, which would be in direct relation with the helipad. So you would have easy access when you were getting there, and you would descend into that void space. So here's an overall plan of the first floor. Coming in from that ramp, you'd have the entrance reception, some offices here, and the main lab space. And of course, on the other side, some private programs like some custodian rooms and the medical quarantine space. And as you can see here, these crevasse walls are thicker and more massive because I wanted kind of that contrast between being in that crevasse space and then being outside of that crevasse space with materiality as well. So here would be a wood structure and here concrete. So then going on to the floor below that, you see how the main circulation was organized inside of that crevasse space. And you'd come into that community space or gym, some bathrooms and dining area. And then on the other side, the private researcher dormitories. So here's just a long section of how I tried to create some hierarchy with the lab by kind of making this roof that would
How do I communicate to her? Let me see.
Oh, can you hear me now? I'm so sorry.
We lost you again, so if you could repeat.
Yes, I don't know where I left off, but
Right when you switch to the section.
Okay, should I turn off my video, I guess? Or I don't know what's it.
No. What wasn't the other section you started?
Oh, okay. Yes. Let me try to click that. Sorry.
Sometimes if you turn off your video, it uses less.
Okay, I can try that. Okay, so I hope you can hear me. But this is the long section of my project, and here's the lab space and how I tried to create some hierarchy with that space by sloping the roof upward until you get to that 5-meter high lab space. And then here you see that main crevasse space where the circulation is centered around, and it gets slender, more slender as you go into it, but then opens up into.
Losing you again.
Can you hear me now? I don't know.
We lost you again.
I think it was on the last section, but you might try joining from your phone to talk. Often that will help with audio problems.
Sure, I can try that.
Thank you, Mason.
Sorry, everyone. Thank you for your patience. How to do that?
Okay, we hear you now, but not Anna.
Yes.
Okay. Go back to the longitudinal section.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you hear me. So I don't know if
we hear you now.
Yeah, but it's probably going to cut off again. So if someone knows how to call in or can tell me how to do it, because I don't.
Can you look at me? I'm going to start waving or something.
Okay, wonderful.
But you don't have video though, right? You don't have the image.
Okay. So should I just continue?
Yeah.
Wait, Anna, do you have the Zoom app? Because you can just click the link like on your phone, like just as if you're zooming on your laptop.
Okay. But
And then with the computer, just disconnect your audio.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
That's okay. We're losing her again. We're not hearing.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's not letting me log in with my phone. I don't think something with my UTID. Let me try again. 1 second.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Yes. Can you just, I guess, type in the chat again when you can't hear me or something?
Can you type in, you mean on the chat?
No, only when you can't hear me. Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll do.
Okay. So I guess I left off here. Yeah. So as you can see, you know, the main crevasse space gets slender as you go down into it, descending into the ground. And then it opens up into the view as the two volumes as well open up. So here's an exploded axon of my structural thinking, which comes a lot from my precedent by Pierre Pichler and thinking of fluid laminated timber framing with aluminum cladding because it's really lightweight and weather resistant. And I think it feels, so I hope you can hear me. But yeah, so here you can see a contrast between those concrete walls and that timber framing. So going from heavy to light in that crevasse space. And then, so here's a wall assembly of that. So in the interior, those glued laminated studs and beams with bracing in between, and on the outside, that aluminum cladding supported with battens and anchored into that structure. So here, going into the project is as you turn that corner of the mountain peak, you see the project kind of coming out of the ground. And here we're entering that ramp to descend into the project. And here's a view of the entrance space as you start to see that that you descended into the ground, into that main circulation crevasse space. So yeah, you can see the contrast between the concrete and that heaviness and then that light of the timber framing. And here is the main lab space. You can see the height of that ceiling, that timber framing structure, as well as how that shift kind of created an exterior terrace for any experiments that they would want to do. And here is just a render of one of the dormitories. One of the things I forgot to say was that the openings, my logic for the openings on the private dormitories was that as you got further away from that crevasse space, which was heavier, kind of more, rocky, the openings get from small to large to heighten that sense of openness. Here is a view from the dining area to the outside. Again, the shifting and a main view of the project. And just another rendering of that. And that is all I have. I hope you were able to hear me.
Yeah, we are. It was good.
Can we talk? Is that a good moment to ask Anna a few questions?
Anna.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Anna, you have a beautiful project, very elegant, very well cited. Of course, I'm not sure if this is a real site or if you built the site in terms of the contours and the geometry of the site, but you have a beautiful way of placing your building on the site, and a beautiful way of organizing the views, organizing the circulation, and framing this crevasse that you created. I wonder if you can elaborate to us a little bit on the materiality of the building, because it's a comprehensive studio. It's a studio that should go into details. I had mixed impressions here. From your renderings, from the outside, I thought your building was some kind of concrete materials, but from the inside, it looks like wood frame. What are your thoughts? Wood or concrete or metal structure? How did you think of your building structurally?
Right. So I guess the main driver, and I hope you can hear me. I hope it doesn't cut off. Okay, perfect. So the main driver behind that metal in the outside was that I wanted that contrast between the outside material and the inside. And I went with metal because I saw it as not blending into the site, but relating more to how that reflectivity and that lightness goes into the glaciers as well. But speaking of structure and materials, I wanted also to highlight the heaviness of that crevasse space and that lightness of the timber framing. So yeah, that was my.
So okay, so I got it right. It's timber framing with a metal kind of envelope, shiny metal cladding.
Yes, yes.
Is the temperature range there okay for that kind of structure? How much insulation do you need, or how much variation you have? I'm thinking here that those metal plates will get very warm on a sunny day, but then at night, I don't know what the low temperatures are. I mean, it's.
Yeah, that's a good point. See, I took from some precedents like the Monte Rosa hut in Switzerland and a couple other huts in this region that use metal cladding. And I believe it is because sometimes they have photovoltaic panels on them. But yeah, so it has been used. So that's why I knew that it was possible. But to the actual, accuracy of the insulation and the structure, it's not quite there, of course. But yeah.
Smilja, perhaps you could clarify. I don't think this is actually a comprehensive studio, but it's an introduction to sort of more synthetic thinking. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think we're doing it one semester earlier than we used to do in the past. So this is complete change of our undergraduate
Right.
program. And so this is, it's about having a conceptual idea of how to assemble things.
Right.
It's not comprehensive in that sense. Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Can you go back, Anna, to the diagrams where you began to talk about the systems? Not the wall section, but the floating diagrams.
Yes, I can try. These?
No, that's just a visualization. Not at the very beginning, but where you began to look at the tectonic. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. So you are introducing concrete as part of the foundation, and then you're working with other things, other systems on top of that. It's an interesting question given the environment, right? Because we know that the materials are probably transported in a pretty extraordinary way to the top of this peak and so on. Did you think about other ways of anchoring this building into the mountain besides working with concrete? And I'm just curious. I looked at some projects with John Blood the other day, and I'm lucky to look at more with Judy Birdsong later. And there was a lot of discussion about how you anchored into the mountain or connected.
Yeah. So I don't know my connection. It says it's unstable, but you can show me. Okay, perfect. So yeah, at the beginning, I did try to think about other ways of anchoring, like putting the whole building on pilotis, especially dealing with permafrost in that region. But then I realized that.
Oh, we just lost you.
Can't hear it.
Just lost you.
Cannot hear it. Let's see.
Yeah, she knows. Okay.
Is it back?
Now we hear you.
Yeah, I think you're back.
Okay, yes. So as I was saying, my project wasn't really about that. It was more about how, well, I mean, it was about that, but it was about having the project be an extension of the ground. So concrete was the only structural system that I knew intuitively could do that. I didn't really go into depth researching those structural systems, which probably would have been.
Well, I appreciate the legibility of this diagram, and I think I think you've made conscious choices in your design to do one thing over another, and I appreciate that. One of the things that I like about the diagram, if I misread it slightly, is you actually have things that appear to be more monolithic and more solid, and then other things that are individual members and tectonic. And I know that is happening structurally. I know that's literally happening. But one of the things that the interior framing begins to do is it gives a nice scale or contrast to the more monolithic concrete foundation to the bottom. And I'm wondering if how you begin to clad this, if there might be a dialogue in materials between the bars, because the bars split and then they're doubled. And you said that you angled them to capture more sun or to maybe give balconies, I'm not sure. But the language of those two bars as they're stacked, or maybe even as they're split, has the potential of variation in material expression, which would in my mind would be it's not, you're answering all sorts of problems with materials, but you also could begin to answer an ideological problem, one that's sort of the concept driven project within your project as well. The metal cladding and the similarity of those two stacked layers for me, or of the anchoring piece as it moves into the sky, seems like something that could actually be enhanced or pushed. And I can say this because you were very clear through your diagrams of how the project moved forward, and metaphorically what you were trying to express of the site within your building. So trying to push that even farther with materials, I think could be interesting.
Yeah, picking up on that a little bit, I think you have a very clear diagram of the materials between the concrete as you move down and the timber, where I think that the weaker point of that is where it transitions from the concrete to the metal. So right here, as you're moving down, it's you have concrete on both sides, and then it very abruptly shifts to the metal as you move out. And I think so even though this is I guess the end of the crevice that you're moving down, and I think it's very natural progression of an understanding of the site and of kind of the geological formations that made this and how we're kind of drawn down into these valleys. I think that'll make sense. But then right here, it's just such an abrupt switch that is a different level of abruptness. I think in the short section that you showed, the abruptness between the concrete and the timber framing makes a lot of sense, in that there's this very narrow path that you're moving through and it's compressed. But and then on the other side of that, you have this other warmth and character to the wood. But here, that shift doesn't make quite as much sense from the concrete to the metal, the third material. And it might just be that. So I wanted to ask, like, what drove the quick shift from concrete to metal here? Are you moving outside the building at that point? Is that what's happening, or is there something on the site that's driving that?
Yeah. So yeah, to be honest, it was just that you were moving from inside to the outside of the building. But that's a good point. I think I just don't really know a lot about the connection between those two materials or how to mitigate that space, but that's a good point.
Michael, maybe since I think I know where you're going with this, maybe you could talk about why you'd want a separation or a reveal or some kind of joint between those materials.
I think from a construction standpoint, I think Fernando was already getting at this, that the properties of metal and the properties of concrete react much differently to the changes in temperature. So just from a separation standpoint, there will need to be there is something that has to happen there to allow the glass and the metal to move independently of that concrete. But from a standpoint of moving through the project, it's almost like you've created this this very dramatic and a very a path with a lot of character that just suddenly abruptly ends, and when you're kind of deposited into this space out here, it's such an abrupt switch that it kind of almost takes away from the character and the procession that you described. You described it very well, of going from the helipad and then even back to your further site plan from the point of the town. There's all this full process, and then you get to here that it just calls for something to be a little bit more related at the end point, outside of just the view out, but that there's a very specific choice of going from carved into the mountain to sitting on top of the site that's happening here, and all of those three things are happening at once without that that threshold feeling, or that importance that it might need. Nicole, I don't know if you had other thoughts on what that was.
Oh, yeah, that was it. I thought it would be nice to just dwell on that moment for a little bit. Anna, could you take us into some other drawings as well? Mm-hmm. I always like sections, but I don't know if Fernando has a pick.
Okay. Yeah, so this is my first section.
Do you have a longitudinal section down the corridor, the concrete crevice?
No, I don't, but yeah, that would have been. Okay. It's just you would only see the stairs, but yeah, that's a good point. It would have been a good addition.
The if you go back to the longitudinal section, then you spoke a little bit about the way that this steps up to allow for this view. But again, there is this abrupt line that's that you've chosen to begin that at a very specific point here. So I don't know if you could talk a little bit about what drove you to move to that point, and what this change in material to this really signifies in this space as opposed to downstairs as you're coming through the crevice. How does that relate to, okay, we've come outside of the main procession and we're into the space here, but there is still this very distinct threshold that you're creating with the materials here, and not just in the materials, but also in the structural form of that.
Yeah, so I think just the starting point was just from where kind of like that workspace would begin, because here on the opposite side of that would be the offices, but it cuts through that. But yeah, I think that, I don't know if going back and doing this again, I would do this how I did it. But it was just to create a hierarchy to just make the lab distinct from the other private volumes.
I mean, I think that makes good sense in terms of this is the kind of reason for the building itself. So elevating that space starts to make sense. I didn't know if there was something about if there was something in the particular geometry or how that form came about that was related to the structure, or if that relates to something. I mean, you might think, I assume it's quite windy at this peak. So is there another level where you can take this, that the form of this actually is helping to divert wind? Because I imagine there's quite a bit of wind load on the broad sides of these buildings that might need to be addressed. So was that, I guess, the idea of combining somehow that want to use that form to drive the kind of programmatic elevation of that, if there's a way to tie that into the site conditions and tie that into the climate change effects that are is the weather becoming more severe here, less severe, what's happening here, tying that back into kind of the exploration of the studio.
Right. Yeah.
Did we see all of your drawings? Did we see
Yeah.
all of your panels?
Yes.
Okay. I think what would be helpful, the sections we're looking at now, if you actually step back and take a section to where we can actually see the stairs and the wall. Because this is already laid out, I think you should just move your section so that we can actually see the crevasse. Can you go back to cross section?
Yes.
I think in plan, from what I recall, there was what can we see? Something is we're here looking in at some point. You remember we had the conversation about,
yes,
you're going down or you're in this space here, what can you see across? What is the moment connection to the crevasse? So you can carve out some openings and make that, let us see at a different moments.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I did want to implement that. I implemented it into the plans, but this section would be cut in front of those openings. But yeah, I do think that is a good point. But just with the time constraints, I couldn't actually implement that into them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that, the crevasse is so critical for your project. So I think you need to find a way in which you can place us there as viewers.
Going along with that, can we see a plan?
This is a lower floor. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And can we see the upper floor? Yeah. I think your diagrams are very clear. Your logic is very clear. And I'm looking for ways to enhance that. So if the ice begins to crack, then those cracks are, if I remember, like exceedingly blue, right? The interior quality of those are very different. And so in looking at this and thinking about your diagrams, I begin to ask, well, at the point that this has cracked, do I want more dialogue, different types of openings to that interior outside space? Whereas maybe how the building is protected on the far exterior might be very different than as you shape that interior space, the crack itself. Is there a way that I can get a sense of pulling across maybe the alignment of the openings or the number of openings and so on? So I really think I keep going back to how do I enhance these really clear ideas, these really clear diagrams? And I'm looking for differentiation in plan or in section. And then the second part is you have that other shift which happens in each bar. And so the legibility of that shift, I think, is also important. It seems like the sections have a little less nuance than your plans. I don't know if they were done later or they're not as clear in terms of line weights. It could be the presentation itself, just the PDF. But I would spend a little bit of time on your sections. Smilja has already suggested that, but you really use them to develop the project a little further. I think your plans look very complete. The visualizations are really compelling to me, especially with the first one where I don't see your building at all. I like that I begin by looking across the surface of your building to the landscape beyond, and then I have that sense of descent. I think the visualizations are very clear. I like the sense that you give us a sense of scale. You articulate the scale of the spaces by how you frame the view. And I think that's very effective in your sequence.
Do we have any other comments?
I was going to ask if we have time. Anna, climate change is at the center of this project. And I think it's one of the ways that Smilja framed the project. How does your building react to that? I mean, how do you see your building in 50 years if the temperatures keep rising and there's no more ice? Right. Does it change your building?
Well, if I'm being honest, I think the project will, I don't know, probably not survive because it's, underground and the water would start to flood the project. But yeah, I mean, climate change really wasn't like at the forefront of my design when I was intervening into the ground. But what I did try to do was to, use those traditional materials such as the like spruce and good laminated timber that would come from that region.
That's a good answer. Do you have any other questions for reviewers, Anna? Lost you again.
I'm going to turn off my video just so. Okay.
Okay. Do you have any other questions that reviewers can address?
I think, yeah, you gave really good points and things to think about how to enhance this and make this better. So yeah, and thank you for your patience with these internet problems.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, you have a really great scheme. I think it's very poetic in many ways. and you really took time to situate it at that part of the site. And I think that what you need to do is just find a way to bring all of your points to reviewer or to your portfolio next.
Right. Okay. Yes.
And just a small comments, those contours, I think you guys need to draw the contours. These are, what are they? They're 20, 15, 10 to 20, 15 meters apart. I think we need to really understand the depth, the slope going down, and also from coming up. So just incorporate more of the site through the contours in all of the plans and also in sections as well. Maybe extending the sections further out to see how it really works on the slope.
Okay, yes, I agree.
All right, well, good job. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna go to Mason. Hello, Mason.
Hello. Okay, so my project is located at about the same location as Anna. So there's going to be the same primary approach, the hiking trail, which comes over the mountain here and then down to the research center. OT's discovery site is on the east side, so that's where most of the initial archaeological research is going to take place. And then the building's here, and we have a helipad and garage, which will provide support. Here's a bit of a... Also, this area is like a relatively flat part, kind of on the ridge between these two mountains. And then closer up, you can see the main entrance is going to be on the southern side right here on these paths that loop around the building. And then there's going to be an additional one into the staircase in the back of the building. The four major views I took advantage of are to the east. You have these mountains far off in the distance. Then to the north, there's this glacial valley, which the north provides like a good light quality, but we do have to be conscious of the glare coming from that. To the south is really the best view down into the valley. There's a lot of trees and a lake really far off in the distance. And then to the west, we just have this giant mountain really up close, which kind of helps shade the building during the end of the day when it might be getting a bit overheated. So this is my partie diagram. So I chose to put the research area in the northwest of the building. That's going to have direct access to the outside through the secondary entrance. And then residences are, and the public living areas are on the south, so they'll be getting the most sunlight, the most warmth. And then I went with rectangular geometries for the big open spaces and then wrapped the residences around. They're a lot smaller, so that gave me more opportunities to play with the form. And then I tried to replicate the idea of prospect and refuge that you usually see in these mountain huts that are like partially embedded in the site and then poking out. I believe Anna's precedent was a good example of that, but I didn't want to actually build it into the site itself because that would have a lot of environmental impacts and costs that I wanted to avoid. So this is the axonometric. You can see the structure of the floor plates and then the HVAC system worked in there. Then the wall section, it is mostly made out of wood. In certain locations, this facade material varies. It's either corrugated metal or wood siding. And then plywood interior finishes, hardwood floors. Ignore that label. So these are the elevations. This is the east side. So you can see between these two that the residences each get different views. So you kind of have this trade-off where if you're facing south, you'll get a better view, whereas if you're facing east, you'll get that early morning light. The residences or the residents kind of have this option of which they want to prioritize. Then the north side has a lot of smaller openings, and there are none on the west side. Floor plans, when you immediately come in, the kitchen is to the south. We have residences on the side, and each floor of residences has its own bathroom. Service room in the back, and then here's the circulation. We have an elevator here and staircases here. And then the circulation through this forms kind of a cross axis with the end over here being bent. And then here we have the living room, the lab, storage for everything they're analyzing, and more residences. And then the lab is a double-story room. And at the top, we have two shared rooms, which was, it's something that a lot of mountain huts have, where there'll be like a couple that manages the complex. So they'll have their own room together. I chose to have them kind of as two individuals sharing a room instead, just to show the different options of how they could be used. And then these are the sections. I added this, I think it's a monitor to the lab to bring in more light because it is located in the back. It doesn't get any direct sunlight, so I brought some in through the top. And these are the perspective renders of the outside. This would be if you're walking around from like the OTC site over to the main entrance, walking in the rear of the building. And then this is the secondary entrance. And then some of the views going out and of the different rooms. And that's everything.
Just for clarification, why did you choose not to have any openings on the west? What was the reason for that?
So one major concern with these buildings is overheating, which like you want a lot of heat during the winter. So you want to capture that from the south with a lot of openings there, but then in the summer, that captures too much heat a lot of the time. And western openings can really just make that worse with a new blast of heat right at the end of the day. And also, I didn't think the view that way is very good because you just have this mountain face rising kind of immediately in front of you. I think most likely you would be getting a view that is just like entirely rock wall face.
Well, it seems like I don't think that's a bad view, but for me, it seems like a bit of a simplistic response to a problem. And I wonder, you know, if we said all windows, we can't have it's sort of the on or off switch with windows because of heat gain, then we would have to rethink the window because we want an opening, right? And I think in that lab, unless there's a reason why there shouldn't be a view or a light like they were, I'm not sure that these labs require that, then I would try to figure out, is there a way I can create an opening, but that I don't get the direct sun or the heat gain? Like, is there a more complex problem than just a complex answer rather than just saying no openings? It's just a thought. It seems to be simplistic. I mean, I can imagine that these people may spend the most of their time in those labs.
Yeah. So it does already have several openings.
Oh, to that side.
Yeah.
So the
Three to
west
the north
side is
and then-
over there. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That is not as big a face. I thought you were telling me that the uphill side was the non-opening side. That's not as dramatic as I
Yeah.
thought.
So there's 3 small windows looking out over to that snow-covered valley, and then there's a big one looking south.
I got it. I was turned around. That's not as bad, but I do think as a problem, there are ways to have openings without the concern about so much heat gain. But
Okay.
That's better. I'm happy to see it's the shorter side.
There's also no concern about heat gain. I did a very quick Google search here, and the maximum temperature in the summer in those mountains is 70 degrees. That's the maximum in the summer. So if you want comfort in the winter in those places, you need the sun, and you need the western sun. But that's not my main point of concern, Mason. I believe architectural education works the following way. We disassemble and take apart everything that young people know about the environment, about their homes, about housing, and then we assemble it again. And in that process, it's very common to have this image that you created in the very early studios. In the first, second studio, it's very common that students come with more traditional renderings, traditional views, conventional, let's put it that way. It's rare to find that in the fifth studio. So either you are very conscious, very brave, and you are challenging architectural conventions by designing something so conventional and so conservative in your fifth semester, or you had not gone through the process of abstraction yet. And I want to ask you to elaborate a little bit on that, because the first option is really interesting, and I want to hear you defend yourself like, yes, I'm building a Swiss chalet for the research group, a research institution, and defend that option. Or you don't really know what's going on. So what's your take here on that issue?
So we did do those really abstract formal studies in a lot of our earlier studios, and it's just not really something I want to revisit again. So often we run into this problem where we're trying to create these very form-focused buildings, and then you're just trying to jam like some way of actually using it in at the end. So I wanted to start with something that like I already knew would be able to work as a building, as architecture.
So you are defending the use of Swiss vernacular in order to, okay, I think you should make that explicit. And I think you should engage with that, maybe identify some components of that building type. I don't know if it's the wood structure or the shingles for cladding or the way that they do windows. The way it is right now, it looks to me like a Mac mansion that landed in Switzerland. So if you are interested in the vernacular and interested in a building typology or a building process that has evolved there for at least 1,000 years, then you should engage with that process, engage with that frame, engage with that cladding, engage with that spatiality. So I commend you. I think you were brave for taking that decision. I like I like where you're going. I like the way that you are challenging our formality of white boxes placed on any landscape in the planet, etc. I really commend you for that. But you have to go the whole way. You have to go to the end. You can't stop and default to the conventional Alps Swiss chalet. You have to really engage the vernacular of that place and take it to the highest level. That's my speech for you.
And I think that when you use, I think what you're doing is you're using these vernacular pieces of a building, and you just kind of have an image of what that is, and it's not in your presentation, in the drawings, it's not evident that you actually understand why those things came about, why that is the history of that language. And so when you're using a traditional or vernacular architecture, you have to approach it with an extreme degree of exactitude of what you're using, with what specific pieces of that vernacular you're using, what the history of that has been, and how you are bringing that into the current architectural discussion. And then apart from that, you are doing that on one side of the building, and I'm glad it's this image that's up. But on the right side of the image, there's another very abrupt split that you can see with the metal roof. So you have something that is an image of the Swiss vernacular, or made in that image, and then something that is not at all in that image with the metal panel on the right. And so such a drastic juxtaposition of the two means that you kind of need to know what you're saying here, so that that has some influence on what you're saying on the left side with the vernacular imagery, actually has some meaning and is tied to the history of what was being said there, so that you can understand what it is you're putting forward on the new side with the residences, this almost igloo shape. And I kind of challenge the idea that you wanted a building that you knew that works, but I don't think you understand why that works. And I think it's more important for you as a student to explore what it is and why that history is, or why the history of architecture in that region is doing the things that it's doing, rather than just the image of that, because those are two very, very different things.
Okay.
It's an interesting question. I'm looking at Swiss huts, and I don't know if there's a specific vernacular that you're interested in, but how they meet the ground is sort of interesting. They have a material change. I think you probably know this, Mason. Sometimes they have material change between the lower level, like a stone stacking, and then they have the wood to the top. And the entry, if they're sort of engaging a slope, the entry is high, right? Because the snow rises. Yeah. They're very interesting in how they work with materials. Sometimes that upper wood is bigger than the bottom sort of foundation. They're very, the choice of materials, and I think I probably don't understand it at all because I'm not from this climate, but I can guess that the way in which it's made is so responsive to that area.
Yeah, and so in technical terms, we were looking for a very modern construction method.
Mm-hmm.
So like everything would be brought here by helicopter mainly. I believe like they used to use mules to just like carry material across the mountains for days. Instead, we were looking to use helicopters, so that meant light materials like wood and thin metal sheets, foam insulation, which meant keeping masonry to a minimum. So I'm only using concrete where it's really necessary, where there's like direct contact with the ground. And I chose not to use stone because it's very labor intensive to build with.
I think you're being quite literal. What I was talking about was that differentiation and how we can look at it partly as an image, but as you're describing, we can also look at how it works within the environment, which I think sounds like it's intriguing for you. I think if we step back beyond the image, I think how you develop the diagram of the building experientially, how you move through it, the circulation, how you begin to combine different programs, that's probably most evident in your plans. Probably could use some development. You've actually zoned the building, and it's, do you want to go to a plan? Yeah. Right. So you've zoned the building and you've followed very closely those zones. The circulation is quite large. I think when you're entering, you're trying to make a space of the entry, but as you begin to move into the other areas, you may have an opportunity to actually change the scale of movement. So I think experientially from the inside, I would work on developing that diagram between circulation and different types of programmatic spaces. In looking at the outside form, like you could decide that because some of these programmatic elements are part of a core or a more rectangular system, and that the living is actually part of a fanning type of system. The relationship between those could be developed, could be quite interesting. Right now, it seems like it's a more unified whole that's developed with different cladding techniques. And so there may be possibilities to express the difference of structure, both internally and externally, a little bit more. When I first looked at this, I have to tell you, I didn't think Swiss chalet. I was looking at the end with the metal cladding where the residences are. And I sort of thought, this is interesting because it's not quite a building. And this is probably not the reading that you'd want on it, but if I covered part of it, maybe it's a building, but it has a sense of fortification, or it has a sense of sort of machine-like or almost like turtle-like. It has qualities that are I began to think, oh, this is an interesting object within the mountain landscape in which I don't have other building scale things to measure it against. And I was looking at some of the chalets, the more contemporary chalets, and they actually are very rock-like. They're they move into a direction that's more geode or rock or faceted and less of a language of buildings. And so I actually saw your project as two identities. One, if I cover it, it looks somewhat unusual to think about as housing. And then if I look at the other side, it's quite recognizable. And I think that points me to ask if I'm trying to produce a building based on image, is that really going to be successful? Like, is there a way that you can look at the vernacular in Switzerland or in the Alps, and you can actually push beyond that, so that you're not trying to fulfill an image, and you haven't said you are, but images can be read in many different ways by many different people. And so maybe a deeper understanding of those things might be more fruitful. Not to say that you don't have one, but it's not as evident when you present the work, or in image or in words right now.
Yeah.
But so that's something to think about. But I think the development of the interior, the circulation, the rooms, the diagram of the building itself probably needs more complexity, a little bit more development.
I wanted to bring an example that I have not thought about bringing it while we had conversations, Mason, as we looked at your work. I think if you look at the work of Zumthor, not at his thermal baths, but the house that he did in Val's, and I'll just send you the image of that house. It's a great example of how he, who is very vernacular, he looks at the history of the place, and he's actually practicing in Kur, which is, I don't know, maybe 60 kilometers away from where he had built his chalet. And his house is actually looking very much like what the animal barns are all around the valley there. But what he did is he looked at the typology, looked at vernacular architecture, but then he owned the design decisions by actually using the palette of vernacular architecture and inventing for himself a new vocabulary that reflects that. So I think that in light of what was said and discussed, I would look into going beyond the vernacular and trying to understand the essence of it. And how do you take that? What are the hidden rules and strategies that you can filter through your mind and then process it in your own way, where you're actually using it as a base, but you're making new inventions with the existing palette that you've understood from vernacular architecture. So the process of looking, abstracting, processing, placing it out as a product. This may be helpful, but it will think you can think about of being more insistent on correct reading and interpretation, and then placing it out to where you're really rigorous with how you're thinking, how you're seeing the past, and how you restructure the past. And one can talk about Khan's work of how he had taken ancient Roman ruins and how he had turned that into the Bangladesh project, where these ruins of Rome have generated the notion of how to make openings, which is to actually leave the ruins as an exterior, and then the spaces happen inside. There's a sort of transition zone from one to another. So I think that would be helpful for you, Mason, that in the future that you be very insistent on really understanding the abstract notions of the past, and then see how they give you the tools for you to proceed in the future. Okay. I should have had a conversation with you in studio when we were talking about vernacular, but anyway, just a thought. Do you have any questions for reviewers? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. I think you have a very good sound project, but we want you to be more inventive and daring in many ways.
Just a small thing. I hope you don't go away from this review thinking that we're not interested in the dialogue with the vernacular. Mm-hmm. I think my concern is that it exactly as Smilja has described, it just needs to be deeper and interpreted on your own terms. This seems very much to be an image facade type of move, a cladding move. And I think there are so many other ways to really push it. So if this is your passion, I think there's a way to develop it. And I think there are a lot of examples that could be helpful in developing it. So, but it is important that it is developed. I think that would be key.
And I want to second everything that Nicole just said.
Yeah, me as well. I think it is something that there is such a depth of history in this language that really understanding how to interpret that language and how to command that language is something that takes quite amount of rigorous study. And so if you continue to develop that, then those kind of gaps in what we're saying where, this image isn't adding up with the actual program and intent here, that those will eventually, you'll learn to be able to do that. So.
And, I just want to close this. I think there's some really good ideas and suggestions. I just want to also tell you is that I've observed you the whole semester. You work extremely hard and you're very productive. And you have a lot of energy you put into your work. I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues and what I will tell you is just to be really rigorous with your effort. And be actually quite hard on, you make a decision, you ask yourself, why did I do this? Is this better than something else? And I think you've got all the right tools and you show us a very competent project, but we want you to go further past this and take an ownership of your production. I don't know if that, and I'm not trying to talk down about it, but just to give you an excitement to follow your intuition, but just work on it really intensely. Okay. Thank you, Mason.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to Taryn.
Hello, my name's Taryn, and this is my project on the Research Facility. So my concept statement is that the research facility will be located near the Smilja mountain peak to provide optimal views of Lake Bernago, Uzi's discovery location, and the surrounding mountain range. And the design of the research facility will be informed by the intersection of octagonal forms to optimize its efficient form in the alpine climate by facilitating wind flow and maximizing sun exposure and views. And it will also implement sustainable concepts to help mitigate and reduce its environmental footprint on the mountainside. So, for example, a small portion will be embedded into the mountain in order to anchor it against natural forces. But part of it will also be supported by silt so as not to heat the permafrost below, and also reduces the amount of excavation into the site. So this is my early process diagrams. So at the beginning, we studied prospecting and refuge. And so as you can see, below ground was mostly refuge. And then the above ground was just open to all the environment everywhere and had sight everywhere too. And the projecting is slightly embedded into the ground, but also kind of cantilevering out to provide a sense of instability and also views. The center diagrams are my explorations on stacking programs and also the intersecting spaces to see how those will form subprograms. And then I started looking at the octagon and at its fluid circulation and also connections. So I looked at Monte Rosa because it was an irregular polygon that was extruded and like carved, and it was in the Alps as well. So it was designed for stabilization against wind and earthquakes through its through its walls that were laid in a star-like pattern. And it's also not entirely like sitting into the site because the building is sitting on top of a steel frame that is keeping the heat from the building from reaching the ground and heating the permafrost below. And it also allows air to circulate naturally beneath the building and cools off underneath it. So the top right is one of the floor plans, and I started looking at it to see how to design my spaces with an octagonal form. And then this is just an image of one of their, I think, dining rooms. So I also looked at this for ways to create workspaces. I also looked at octagonal structural forms to see how I could build structurally and make it more believable. So this is my site plan. As you can see, my site is by the Smilja Peak. It's pretty isolated from everything. I wanted it to be at the site because I felt like it had unobstructed views to both Utsi, the Lake Vernago, which is to the south of the site, and then also the surrounding mountain range. So these are the views. So this is to the north, which is Austria, and then to the west was the Finospitz Peak and then Utsi. And to the southwest was Lake Vernago and then the mountain range and Smilja Peak. So this is the sun and wind diagram. So of course, in the summer, it would have most sun exposure, and then in the winter, it'll have less, but it also has strong southern winds, but it also has northern winds. So that's why I also wanted to look at the octagonal form, because it allows the wind to flow around it in a more fluid way. So this is my construction lines. As you can see, there's 3 main octagons that are connecting. So this is a smaller octagon, and the 2 larger octagons are connected at this point here. And then I have other lines that will eventually help inform like the rooms and the circulation. So this is the top view of my building. As you can see, all the lines are connected through the roofing structure. So the top floor is actually the helipad access. So I wanted it to be on the building because the location is so remote and the slopes are so steep that I didn't want to like put more footprint onto this mountain. Okay. And this is the ground floor. So they would be entering through the north here. And so the first thing that they would be coming up on in the northern octagon is the workshop and labs. And I wanted it to be up in the north because during the day it'll get the reflected sunlight. So no direct sunlight to get glare on like computer screens. And then further in is the more public space. And as you can see, it's arranged to follow the octagon. And it also allows views to the southwest end of the peak. Oh, and also in the north here, they also have views of Utsi. So they're working and they're looking at the site. This is the lowest floor and it is the private space. So it has the researchers' bedrooms and the custodial bedrooms, and they have views as well. And like Monte Rosa, I started like making little spaces for like storage. So these odd corners right here would end up actually being really useful to have like shelving and closets. So this is one of the sections looking to the northwest. It's just in the bedrooms. And then this is to the south. And as you can see, they're starting to get some views up here. This is from inside the mountain where they're looking out at all the views. And this is looking into the mountain. So this is my axon. As you can see, all of the programs and floors all connect all the way down because I was using this, the connections and of the octagons. And I also wanted to do the octagonal timber roof structure to hold up the roof and let in more space into the public space. And so the top half is also timber framing, and the lower level is concrete because it's embedded into the ground. So this is my wall section. As you can see, it's the wood framing up here and then the reinforced concrete down below. And my HVAC diagram is inspired by how Monte Rosa uses the circulation of air from below. So the wind would flow up and into the building and through the HVAC ducts up through here. And there's a long central tube, which is also the circulation space. So this is just the view to the entrance and then the snowmobile garage. This is looking at it from both sunrise and sunset. This is a view of the lab. So this lab tables are built in, and they were informed by how Monte Rosa was, and also the construction lines. This is the living space that get used out there, and also you can start to see the wood structure, and then up into the top. And this is as you exit the stairs into the private living space. So this is all the entrances into the bedrooms. There's some light coming in. And then this is the researcher bedroom. As you can see, there's shelving here, there's a closet, and then there's the bed with a little like cubby into the wall. Thank you.
Taryn,
No, go ahead.
oh no, please go ahead.
No, please go, Michael.
I just had a question that came up when, if you could go back to the 3D image of your building. I think it was the sunrise, sunset, we're showing sun the slope. So it looks like you're thinking about the change on a daily basis, but I wanted to ask if you considered the seasonal change. It seems like maybe at this location, snow accumulation would be something that would need to be seriously considered. So I just wanted to ask, if this is shown in the winter full snow condition, or if that changes throughout the year, and how your building's relationship, especially if you're pulling air through the building, if it accumulates so much, as maybe within climate change, if storms become more frequent and things change, how is that? I guess, what are your thoughts on how the building responds to that?
Well, since the slope is pretty steep, I don't think a whole lot of snow would develop where the wind would be coming in through, which would be down here. And so as you can see, like all the snow buildup would be coming up through this way. I didn't really explore the sunlighting through different seasons either, but yeah.
Just a question spurred by that image.
Tarin, can you go back to that axonometric drawing that you showed us? Yes. So this drawing tells me that you put a lot of effort in this project and that you understood the building component by component and how they come together. There are lots of interesting things to discuss in this drawing. I mean, you have this forest of piers coming out of the glacier to hold your building, which is a really interesting concept. I think you should explore it further. You have the compactedness of your building, which is, again, it's really effective for energy saving and for passive energy, especially heating. All of those things make your building very, very interesting. And I think you can explore them further, like the materiality, the way that the building sits on the ground. I think you can go further with your design and connect it to the challenges of climate, carbon neutrality, global warming, etc., etc. I think you have a complex building. You solved it kind of well on the interior functioning of it. You choose a difficult party. I mean, those hexagons, octagons are quite difficult to compose internally, but I think you did it really well. I think overall, I think you learned tremendously from this project. You took risks, and in the end, you have a very interesting, both a project and a process to show. And I also commend you for showing, telling us a lot about the process of how you got there. So great project.
Thank you.
So I really appreciated how you began talking about the site, and you talked about it experientially, what people would see, but you also helped us understand the broader environment and the way that a shape may be better in relationship to wind. And you talked very sensitively about all of those things in a very nice look at the precedent. I know that you also mentioned permafrost, and I don't know the best solutions, but I do understand that in the end, your building is quite embedded in the slope. Can you talk about that a little bit? Is that an issue for permafrost?
It probably is because it's concrete. Originally, like in my earlier models, it wasn't that embedded, but I extruded like some of the walls down to add more spaces, and it ended up going further into the building.
Right. So that would be something that probably counters some of the logic that you began with. And I can understand that as you're working on your design, there are things that unfold that may be unexpected. But I also wonder, the design of this assumes that you're going to work on a flat ground. And I wonder, why couldn't I have stepped the building in some way? We already have different levels. Why not begin to follow the landscape? You're smiling. Is that something that you thought about? I don't know why.
Yeah, that was actually in my mid-review model. It was actually steps. So there wasn't like this portion here didn't exist. So it was just this octagon and then these octagons on top of it. So it followed more. But at that review, I was told that there would be a lot of like uplift in the winds.
Okay, so I understand that. I have a feeling that you still might have an issue on the end of the building. It just seems like, given the rules that you've set up for yourself, you're beginning to find inventive design solutions to address them. And one of the things that just seems counter to me is the pervasiveness of a unified plan at each level. So that would be a question, something that I think may enable you to follow or invent based on some more of those rules. I like the compactness. I agree with Fernando. I do wonder if there are ways that I could still legibly begin to understand those initial diagrams. And I think you set it up, the little line drawings where you're showing how the shapes are connected is a structural diagram, I believe, right? But I also wonder if that kind of legibility, that these things are independent but nested at times, if that could actually begin to permeate through the spatial organization as it moves down. So I don't know if it's an expression of structure again, like it looks like the timber floor frame, it looks like I might be able to experience that. Maybe I can experience that from underneath and I can begin to see the patterning as well. I'm not sure if you showed us that. The surfaces seem very smooth and a little bit less about the grain of structure. And so there may be a way that the effort that you're putting in to make these geometries connect might become an experiential condition on the inside. So it doesn't read as a monolithic space, but it actually still has those three elements connecting together. All of which, in my mind, to support the initial ideas that you so clearly laid out.
Any other comments?
Taryn, could you take us back to a section of the building?
Sorry.
That one sounds good. So, I guess the reason, sorry, I'm just taking looking through this. I guess could you could you talk just again touch on maybe the way that the building addresses this overhang and because these anchoring and pillars are such a part of your project that you've talked about, but is there actually ever a moment where we experience that from the underside looking up, or that we actually see that connection or experience that connection as a user of the building?
Like overhang, you're saying?
I guess the steel pillars. You've talked a lot about anchoring the building and how that anchors, and while that does do that kind of from a constructive standpoint, is there ever a point where the occupant of the building actually gets to see those anchors and see the way that or experience, that forest of columns that we're seeing in section here, and that we've, is kind of expressed and explicit in the Exxon and the way that you've talked about the siding of the building. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there is one moment. It's not directly under here, but it's under, like, it's this section right here. Let me see. It's like right there. There's a space. Oh, I didn't get a view of it, but yeah, that's supposed to be an occupiable, like a patio.
I see.
Area.
Because I think, and it looks like you're starting to move in that direction, because I think that there is something that could be further explored in the way that the difference of sitting on top of these piers on the top level, and then as you're moving down into the site, you're moving into that structure and experiencing that, and something, the grid that you've laid out, the starting construction lines, as you're calling them, are kind of very much a critical part of the form that you've constructed here, that by moving through that, we could start to see that grid layout and how that is articulated within the building. And it could just tie that anchoring concept into the building a little more if we could see either some drawings or images of that a little more.
Any other comments? Karen, do you have any questions for reviewers?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to sort of sum up your extraordinarily hard work to make this very difficult geometry. I thought you did a really good job, and as many times as I've tried to sway away from it or suggest easier way, you kept going and working on it, and I think that's good. I think that I really appreciate that. I think your axon in particular really beautifully describes how well you thought out all the different components of the building and how they make a system. So I think I applaud you on that. I was going to then, as I applauded you here, I'm going to critique now your models in sunrise and sunset. So with the kind of rigor that you had about structure and making spaces, I'd like for you to think about how do you make openings in the system now and be really rigorous about that. Because right now they're all sort of the same, they're openings and they're horizontal. So with the kind of ingenuity that you had in doing the whole project, I would find a system that's visually compelling and that it has the kind of rigor that you've shown in the rest. So sort of another look at of how critically you can assess of what are the openings here? How do they differ? What is their composition inside the space? What kind of light do they bring in? And then what is the composition outside as you look at it? And I know you can do it because you've showed us this really intense working through difficult geometry. Okay. All right. And before we depart, if you reviewers have comments to either to the studio work, we have next week, we have review of the portfolios. So, you know, many of them will sort of reshape or sort of repackage their projects. So we're open to your comments, your thoughts.
I just want to remind everybody that we are not having a normal semester. You guys were extremely brave and dedicated and committed. Both the instructors who held the studio together online, as much as the students who invented a whole new way of working from whatever infrastructure support they had. So it's really good to see good results and good to see the dedication of everybody after this gigantic challenge that we had.
Yes, as someone who went through the program, I can only start to imagine the difficulty of doing this in the way you've done, and all three projects showed some excellent hard work and some very good study. I think that as you move forward to portfolios in this studio, I remember it being a particularly difficult one in terms of communicating as we're looking at the very rigid structural elements and these more technical issues, making sure that we're able to package that in a way that still tells the conceptual story and the architectural quality of these projects, which all three of them had. So that can always be difficult, but if you can think about how you can make your images tell both stories in one image, that can go a long way.
I would add that I think I suspect all of you did precedent studies, and it was helpful in the last project, Taryn, for you to talk us through the precedent study and then how it actually connected with the solution. So I think for those of you putting together your work, it may be helpful to reference that if you did analytic drawings, or if there's some way to not just tell us what it is, but what you learned from it or how you're using it. I think that helps us understand what you understand when you're putting together your building. Because in this particular semester, you're really touching on issues and how these issues begin to overlay or connect or emerge from the ideas that your conceptual ideas. So I think giving us that as part of the context to your project for the portfolio reviews would be really helpful. And then I think in some cases there were discussions about specific drawings. I think sections were brought up in one case, something that may have the potential to really explain your project as a key drawing, explain the intent and maybe the technical, how it's put together, the material response within the project. Maybe that would be worth developing. But otherwise, I think one of the things that I've really appreciated about the project is we could talk about the buildings that you've produced as something that has been studied in relationship to an extreme topographic site. We didn't necessarily deal with climate change in the biggest ways, but I appreciate that we saw a semester, really a semester's worth of work around a singular problem. And I think that came through, that the projects in general were pretty well studied. And I think that's from diagrams to a wall section. And I think that was very helpful.
Well, we appreciate your comments. It's been difficult in this time when they cannot meet each other, they cannot see each other on campus. And it was difficult for us faculty. We totally operated in vacuum of 4 other sections. We had no idea what everybody was doing. So this isolation had, but we grew richer for that, I think, because we had to do a lot of things in a different way. And I think what also has been really challenging for this particular level is the way that our curriculum was structured for the second year, that they have not really got a chance to design spaces. And it was about different set of issues. So this was all quite challenging to try to bring together and just make spaces that they're wonderful to inhabit. And then how do you compose them together in a project that relates to a context that they will not encounter very soon? It really made them think about what the context is like. So I think, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, by selecting such an extreme context, I'm really compelled by that. I could imagine working on the coast as well and thinking about sea level rise. I mean, these are all, I'm from Florida, so this is a very familiar thing for me. I think that's been really fantastic, although I'd have to say that for generally flatlanders in Texas, the Alps, there are probably so many variables that was probably incredibly hard to even imagine where to begin in that type of context. With the coast might have been a little easier, but unless you've lived in the mountains, I mean, going to ski is one thing, but actually living in the mountains would be entirely different. So I commend you on really taking that challenge.
Good. Well, thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Michael. Your comments have been very constructive, and I think they've added to their way of thinking in the future. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Class, we will resume at 3 o'clock. If anybody wants to stay on, has questions, or go and eat something, and then we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. We'll, I think we'll have enough time to have a wrap-up session at the end. So guys, go and take a breath, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Okay? All right. I'm going to make another double espresso downstairs. Okay. that blended checkered plastic clothing for a tablecloth of stair for Stephanie.
Okay.
Is there anything for dogs to eat on the back?
What's that?
Is there anything for dogs to eat on the back?
I'm sorry, what? Is there anything what? I don't think so.
Hello, Lincoln. Hi there.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Many moons we haven't seen each other.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you doing great things.
Oh. Has Murray been talking me up?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure he's got a good reason to. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
You guys are all working from home, I presume.
Yeah, we're working from home. I mean, we're a small office, so we occasionally, or take turns there. There's only 3 of us.
That's right. It's wonderful. Okay, I think Michael is about to join us. Michael Garrison.
How have you been? I'm actually interested in how this semester has been. You guys been doing remote or?
It has been very challenging. Challenging in a sense that, first of all, this is all online studio.
Mm-hmm.
So students have no access to each other or to material lab, so that's been quite challenging, I think, because they're all over the place, and it's, having to work. Most of them are living with their parents, and it's a whole other thing they have to negotiate, right, Isabel? Right, Sarah? Anyway, and then there are 5 sections that are doing the same project, and this is all part of, and I'll talk just a little bit about it, the interdisciplinary, an integrated design studio. This is what your sound building was a while back ago.
Yeah.
Except now we're doing it in a very different way.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Michael.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, hi, how are you? I haven't seen you in a long time. There we go.
I'm here.
You're here. We're all here. We're all virtually here. Anyway, let's see. We have, what time is it? Oh yeah, it's 3 o'clock, so we can go ahead and get started. So the first thing I'd like to do is for you guys, Michael, you and Lincoln, to introduce yourselves to students, just so that if we're saying the right thing, just a few words about you. I don't think, Michael, the students know you. They're in their first semester of the 3rd year. So Michael, I'll start with you.
Okay, I'm Michael Garrison. I've been teaching at UT since 1975. I teach both the comprehensive design studio. I've done that for the last several years. And I also teach the Environmental Controls 2 course that you all will be taking in 3rd year. And I teach a lecture course on regenerative architecture.
Great. And what he doesn't tell you is what a wonderful hand he has in drawing. That's something else that he teaches to some of us sometimes, right? Amazing hand.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm working on a new book on that.
You are. That's great. That's great. Anyway, and here we have Lincoln Davidson.
I'm an architect here in town with Murray Lake Architecture, which is a small practice. We do mostly residential and then school projects. We just finished a Chinese immersion school in Hyde Park, and then like a COVID classroom for them, which is an outdoor classroom. And then I also work with Leg Lewis Leg, which is a public art firm, which is the other side of our office, and we do public art all over the country. We have a project in San Diego, an ongoing train station in Maryland, and we've done a number of art in public places projects here in Austin too.
Sounds exciting. And many moons ago, you were in my Design 2 class,
yes.
right?
And 9 years ago, I would have been in Design 2 with Smilja. And I'm a graduate of the BARC program at UT. So I went through the same program that you guys did, and I graduated in 2016.
Right, good. Anyway, all right. Well, we'll start with that. We have 3 students this afternoon. But before I get to do that, let me give you just a little bit of background behind of what we're doing now that is different that we've done in the past. In the third year, first semester, we've gone through quite a bit of curriculum change for undergraduates. And so the last 2 years, the last year the students have taken, they did not have that much focus on making spaces and sort of tectonically expressing ideas from conception to realization. So this studio, this 5 sections are actually, we're called not comprehensive, but integrated design studio. And so we're doing this not really in the spirit of sound building because they have not taken the same kind of courses and they're not in the same line as you were before. So this is our way of addressing making architecture. And for this specific task, we've selected to work in extreme conditions in Alps. And I send it to you guys, to Lincoln and Michael, the course description. Okay, so you know where sort of the topic is. And I'm just going to proceed on of how we have structured it. So the first 2 weeks, students were asked to select case studies from the list of projects that were in the same type of latitude, climate, having extreme sites, trying to learn the lessons of both how you make, how you think about it, and then how you make the architecture in those kind of extreme settings. So each of the students will make a reference to the case study that they have thoroughly examined. Then the students for the first 3 weeks had a series of readings that were included as part of their background. The critical one that has sort of titled our semester is the Paul Crutzen. He was an atmospherist and chemist that wrote about Anthropocene, trying to introduce students to sort of the critical time they were at and trying to address that, not directly, but in a way trying to frame our discussions within the class, aside of trying to make spaces and architecture. Then we read, they read Thomas Berlanda, Architectural Topographers, and they were very important readings that have generated their ideas about the relationship of the building to the site. Then we read an article on prospect and refuge, making a lot of comparisons between these two very different ways to inhabit the world. And also Kenneth Frampton, the tectonic introduction. So this was sort of woven through the studio. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and have you, we're gonna start with Sarah. And Sarah, if you can introduce yourself. And all of the students here are architecture majors. And I don't know if we have a civil engineering dual degree, but other architecture majors. So Sarah, the podium is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah and this is my design, the Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene UTSI Research Facility. So just to begin with my project manifesto, located in the Otzal Alps, uphill from UTSI, the CAA UTSI Research Facility acts as not only a research center, but also as a temporary residence. In the Anthropocene, extreme temperatures, sloping site conditions, and energy efficiency are the driving forces of the design process. My form is derived from a grid system in which modules of different sizes went through a series of operations with the intention of establishing prospect and refuge. The decisions of these movements were driven by considerations of the sun path, wind direction, snow loads, human comfort, connection to the site, and the relationship between public and private. These factors gave rise to the layout of the programs within and between each module, in addition to the location of fenestrations. The levels shift as they unfold from the core, creating a dynamic between public and private. The exterior is reflective of the outside in terms of, of the inside in terms of spatial quality and materiality, establishing a sense of familiarity and home in this temporary residence. This design embraces the navigation between the past, the present, and the future, and I will be addressing 3 primary goals of architectural resiliency, mitigation, and adaptability by looking at human intervention as a way to create structure that works with the environment and seeks to improve its surroundings and people's experiences, as well as consideration to the usage of low carbon emissions materiality that's locally sourced and lightweight, and adapting the building to the site where it will not penetrate the permafrost and manipulate the height of the building, and creating open plans for better ventilation, as well as utilizing operable windows to provide views, as well as adapt to the changing environment. So just to begin, we started with a precedent analysis of thermal baths by Zumthor. And what I took away from this was the stereotomic design approach in which Zumthor viewed the building as a massive shadow and started to look at it as if he was putting light into it and digging out of the darkness. And so my drawings broke down his design approach by looking at it as lines in the tectonic approach, looking at it as positive and negative, and then looking at it as an abstraction of shadow and light. In addition to his design approach, I also took away the idea of his focus on memory and experience as a tool to navigate throughout the building, as my design views human occupancy throughout the different spaces in the circulation core, as seeing where you were before and seeing where you will be later, as well as viewing into the mountains in order to enforce that idea of linking the past, present, and the future. So continuing on with my process, we started with partie models that looked at above ground, projection, and below ground to create prospect and refuge. In addition to this, we looked at the stereotomic and tectonic operations. And then we began to look at different schemes that we can combine with. This first scheme had lots of layering and stacking of modules. The second scheme was intersection unfolding. And the third scheme was about circulation within a core. I started to take all these ideas and combine them together. And this is a brief abstraction of my process. I started with the 3x3 grid and then turn it into this stack of cubes and started to shift and remove modules in orthogonal directions and thought of it as Zumthor's stereotomic approach. From there, I started to compress and expand modules to create different scales of spaces. And then I selected a set within there and started to apply a more tectonic operation to it, where I started to view these volumes as planes instead and extend and remove planes. Then I cut it diagonally and just started to expand and move it around based on program and thinking about public and private. So with this design specifically, public and private are not completely isolated and separated from each other. They start to fold into each other and start to create each other and interact with one another while they're separate from this circulation core. They are not isolated from one another. So continuing on, looking at the key plan, I have situated my model downhill from the Fennell-Spitz Peak and uphill from Utsi. The way that you would get here is that you would take a cable car and hike down, or you could take a helicopter and land and fly. And I started to look at the sun path and the wind direction just to think about the climate and how my building would respond to it. In addition to this, the climate is very cold, but during the summer, it does tend to warm up, which gives opportunity for 1, construction and 2, exterior spaces. So continuing on, here's a zoomed in site plan. In this building, you can see that this is the circulation core and the programs start to unfold around it. And the entry is over here and it's located at level 4, because next I'll be going into my floor plans, which there's technically 5 levels, but not necessarily 5 floors, just because of the way they shift. I had to go through 5 in order to reveal each space. But just so you're aware, the entry level is on level 4. So starting with level 1, this is the lowest level. The 2 lowest levels are the most private, and they consist of the living spaces. This first one are the bedrooms in which the individual suites have a thickened wall in order to create a nook, which I will show later in a render. And the nook has a sliding window for ventilation, for thermal comfort, and to act as a resting and relaxing space. And over here, you can start to see the circulation core cut into, where the stairs are start to wrap around the glass elevator. And so the idea of this circulation core was to start to consider accessibility a bit and think about the experience of a person that may not have the same experience. So I wanted to create a synonymous experience between the elevator and the stairs. So moving on to level 2.
What's the, excuse me, what is the long linear room at the west on your floor plan?
Oh, over here. Sorry, this is the
No, on the floor.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong drawing.
That floor, yeah.
Yes, that's the mechanical room.
Okay.
And moving on to the second level, these are the custodian suites with Jack and Jill style bathrooms. And while walking through the elevator, while walking on the stairs or traveling in the elevator, you can view the studio spaces from above. The windows look outwards toward the site. And the outdoor space and reflection spaces are oriented towards Utsi. So you can see that a path starts to unfold and take you out into the exterior. And this is for reinforcing that idea of memory and like past or future in like a physical and architectural sense, where you can start to view places that you occupy and you will occupy, and think about it as a place of discovery. So moving on to level 3, this is the studio workspace. And this is where the more public spaces start to unfold a bit. So I thought of the studio space as both a public and private space where you're working, but you still want easy access to the site. And in the kitchen and lounge area, I want it to be a space of socialization. And I opened it out so that you could have an exterior space that you can reflect or relax in when it warms up a bit more. These windows that are positioned to the east are set into thicker walls so that they're recessed and can deal with heat gain better. And level 4, as I mentioned earlier, this is the entry space. And then lastly, this is the most isolated area out of everything, which is the quarantine room. So from the administration space, if once you check in and you reach that first checkpoint, you can go directly up to the quarantine room. And this is just meant to be inhabited temporarily. So moving on, this is the section cut. This is where you can start to see the circulation space a bit clearer and how it moves throughout the whole building and how I'm trying to create this synonymous experience of circulation, whether it's the stairs or the elevator. And from the point of entry, you have freedom of movement wherever you want to go. And the ribbon windows wrap around for views. And you can see that it starts to sit in the site and is mounted on piers. And I let the slope of the mountain, the weather conditions, and the zigzagging of the circulation inform the direction and the sloping of my roofs. So moving on to the second section, the idea of the shifting levels is a bit clearer over here, where you can start to see how they are not as aligned, and the public spaces are separate from the private spaces, but not necessarily isolated from it. So here's the bedroom, here's the lounge area and the kitchen. This is the studio workspace, and there's more opportunities of just exploration and discovery as you move around. So if you were standing over here, you could potentially you can potentially view this area because these walls are not enclosed, they open up to everything. So moving on to the construction of it, considering this is a structure where I use exterior wood finish with concrete on the inside and wood stud framing. Thinking about the HVAC system, I used a radiant cooling panel system in which I used the melting snow to my advantage, where with the sloped roofs, the chilled water would be drained and it would flow between it and ventilate the area. And since the RCP system doesn't deal with humidity, I have placed dehumidifiers in areas that would probably need it the most, which are the bedrooms. And in addition to that, there are operable windows and fixed windows placed in different areas based on what that space needs. So in the bedroom, it would likely need more ventilation, and this is comfortable daylighting and thermal comfort in general. And the fixed windows on the sides where there's a bit more heat gain, it's airtight windows to retain heat or insulate. Looking at the exploded axon and how my building separates, once again, this is a wood structure with concrete supports. The structure is not expressive. The building's more planar surfaces that lack texture lets the occupants create their own movement. So there's no expressive lines of structure that necessarily guide their movement. Looking through this, it's the wood panel, roof sheathing, and as I mentioned earlier, I use locally sourced timber. And there's optimal views in the ribbon windows. The timber frame structure occurs in all the walls and is hidden within it and finished off with an exterior wood finish, as well as the floor. So it is wood all around. And in order to prevent from penetrating into the permafrost and being perched on the site to create that sense of projection, I've used concrete piers and concrete foundations. Continuing on, here's my elevation. This is where you can start to see the occupancy of different interior and exterior spaces that embody reflection and ideas of the past and the present and the future, where as you start to meander throughout this space, you can view all around, you can view the outside, you can view the inside spaces because these walls open up to all these spaces. And in the circulation, there is a chance for you to meander out and just stand to adapt to the changing seasons. If it's too cold to occupy the exterior spaces, there's still a space of reflection. And this is the easy access to the site from the studio's workspace.
Is the slope of the hill so extreme that you can't even see the horizon in that elevation? It's really nice.
Yes, yeah, that I had to put a lot of piers in order to deal with the slope.
Yeah. I guess one question I have in the plans and sort of site plan resolution is how you actually access the building. Are you like descending that steep slope? Or are you coming in perpendicular to it?
I can see. So you would, let me go to the big, okay.
Site plan.
So what would happen is that you would be hiking down it, or you would fly onto the.
What's the closer site plan? Is the one I'm more interested in, like the immediate one?
Yes.
So you're just kind of like walking down the slope.
Mm-hmm. It's like a descension into this fourth entry, and you would likely descend because ascending will only take you to the quarantine space.
Mm-hmm. And was it the sort of goal to minimally impact the site or not to really treat it anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was trying to not mess with the site as much as possible to preserve the topography. Let's see.
Where's your snowmobile parking? Wasn't that a program requirement too?
Yes, my snowmobile parking is, you can see it in section here, and in plan, it's here. It's right at the entry space. It's an outdoor snowmobile parking.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the second elevation, this is the entry space. And as I said earlier, I let the slope, the mountains and weather conditions start to inform how the sloping of my roofs occur. And this also helps with drainage of the chilled water. And you can just see that this space is just meant for exploration and moving around and starting to unfold from this space and exploring the site, because it is a research facility. I wanted it to reinforce that idea of discovery and also that idea of looking into the past and seeing what you can take from that. So this is a landscape views diagram where I start to show how the exterior space is reflective of the interior space. There's not really any surprise there, and that was done intentionally because I wanted it to just feel very familiar and comfortable, so you don't feel like out of place or shocked when you walk in. You just get what you see. And as you move around the spaces, you can see that over here, you can view out and you can view into the spaces. The same thing occurs here with the ribbon windows. This is the studio space, and you can see people walking. So in this design, it was a lot about viewing not only the site, but viewing all the occupants in the building and just creating the idea of socialization. So there's no area that's very isolated, just because I feel like this whole structure is in such an isolated area to begin with. I wanted the space to feel like a social and lively place. So just to get an idea of the nook that I created in the rooms that I showed in the floor plans earlier, it creates this space of relaxation. And even though the rooms may not be completely separated from the more public spaces, there is this space for you to relax in and to just not think about work and enjoy the sights or enjoy reading. And this is oriented to the south, so you would get very comfortable daylighting as well as comfortable, as well as thermal comfort. And if you wanted to ventilate it during the summer, you could slide open the window. And this is the exterior render, just to show how you approach this site. Sorry, how you approach the building from this site. And yeah, this design embraces that navigation between the past and the present and the future, thinking about it in an architectural sense where you're in the building and you may see future occupancy or like where you were standing before and just standing and reflecting, as well as thinking about it in a more metaphorical sense where this is a research facility and you're looking out into the mountains and especially uphill from Utsi, which is like the main core of this whole and the main inspiration of this research facility, and just push and drive and inspire. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Go ahead.
One thing I think, to me, are you familiar with Sea Ranch condominiums? Because this reminds me a lot of that old Moore Turnbull Whitaker project.
I've heard of it, but I don't remember what it looks like.
It looks like your building. You should take a look at it. It's not a bad thing. It's a great building. But I think the one thing that sort of, your drawings, especially your elevations, are really, really beautiful drawings, but they expose that like the approach to the building isn't really considered. Like I think it would be very hard to get up and down that slope every time you're leaving or entering the building. It's just sort of like set on the mountainside, which I think it would benefit a lot from sort of like considering how you actually leave the building and interact with that landscape. Because I don't think you're going to want to like hike down that mountain, or I guess you could ski in, ski out in the wintertime. Just sort of like, even if you're impacting the site lightly, like considering how you like move around the sort of immediate context is like an important aspect of putting a building on a site that challenging. And then the other thing I had a question about, your tectonic study model, that's sort of like a medieval castle defense device, is a really nice study model. What was the direction there?
Let me see if I know which one you're talking about. Are you talking about the left one?
The right one.
Oh, the right one. Yeah. Oh, that one. These party models were made very on the fly and just making out of materials at home. And I had chopsticks at home, so I just started to play with the lines of it and think about it. But I didn't really move forward with this idea.
Okay. It's a nice model. It's like,
thank you.
Very not architectural, which is a nice thing to see sometimes.
Yeah, it started to form a pavilion in my head, so I moved away from it.
Okay.
you have a very unique site. But I'm a little familiar with some of that kind of area. I've spent a good amount of time around Innsbruck and Bremer, in Brixen, around the Bremer Pass, and been up in these sort of glacier areas. And depending upon where you are, it's snow year round. I think the prehistoric man that was found was interesting because the glaciers are receding, and for thousands and thousands of years, that fellow was under glass, under ice. And as that receded, it was so preserved that we could find the insulation, its clothing, that we could see that, gosh almighty, they had tattoos. There was so much, to actually understand about that. And so I would say this particular area is really about climate, because it's such a tough climate to sort of design in. And that you've done a number of things that and maybe you can call up Charles Moore's Sea Ranch from it, MLTW, Sea Ranch design. One of the things you see, for instance, is no overhangs. And overhangs create icicles in this climate, which are not good, which is one of the reasons why it takes on that kind of unique form, and I think very appropriate for this climate. It also, the shed roofs had everything to do with the breezes that were coming in, at least in the Big Sur area, coming off the cold waters in Northern California, or in this case, the wind that's coming off the top of the Alps. And yours seem to be more organized from a visual standpoint than actually understanding the sort of microclimate that would be created from that. But that would have been a really interesting study to take a look at, because I know I've seen some of Charles's studies that they did in relationship to sort of how those shed roof works in front of the building. The building is, and I think as you rightfully have done, is super insulated. So we now can build buildings in this kind of climate with, R105 insulated walls and R200 ceilings. So we put enough blankets on, and we have a lot of control of that. Windows, pretty interesting. They're triple pane, not so much the way that you've drawn them, but maybe more in your elevation. They're actually, a window pane might be 20 inches wide, the sill of it, because there's two windows on one side of it, one on another, just to be able to deal with the temperature extremes that you might have within that particular area. And opening the windows now, that they really have more of an energy recovery ventilator, so that you can really seal everything up a little bit. You also, if you're using the radiant floors, you've got to run hot water in a dry condition under those floors, more so than chilled water during the spring when the snow melts. For cooling, you're more worried about heating in this case. So I need somewhere to heat that water. And you have plenty of shed roofs facing south that could have been opportunities for doing that. But I think I really want to talk most about the way that you design your building, given the slope that you've designed your building and the permafrost nature. I don't think you're gonna have these piles that you drive down into it, so that you let the water and go under the building, I think. And so you don't create that. You're going to have some snow drifts built up on the side of the building that last, almost all year long. And you using wood is a great idea, because you can't touch metal in this kind of climate. So you're going to get some more durability in terms of that. But I think it's just the nature of the way that you've laid out your floor plans. It's curious as to why the bedrooms were on the first floor, all of the little things on the first floor, and then you elevate the more public spaces up above. as opposed to the other way around, because heat rises, it'll be warmer up at the higher portions of the building than it would be down lower when it's cooler at night. But it's more about the sort of like elevations. I think what you did is you tried to make a flat building, a flat floor plan across that. And it seems like it's a natural to sort of like offset them, you know, so that you have like this split level between it. So the upper floor, the floors that are on the upside of the slope are half a level above the ones down on the bottom. And then you use a circulation spine in between them to mitigate those. And you're close to that, but it seems like you're not really addressing that. I think that the idea would have been better as an organizing diagram if you had, first of all, you're going to need 2 stairs. We're on an international building code now. 2 stairs are required for fire exiting in case there's a fire on one of the stairs. But let's just say that we have a spine in the middle of the 2 masses that become the stairwell. They also allow you to design the building in section so that stairwell becomes a vertical way for light and air to move through the building in the center of this building. So you get light into the middle of that. It would have been you can go back to your floor plan, but there would have been a much easier way, I think, of mitigating, just any one of these is that there's a sort of a central spine that's running east-west with the stairs on either end of it, with various ways that I can get light to go down in between it. And so they're allowing you to offset them at half floor level, upside to downside, and you're really close to the design in that way. I think I would maybe suggest that you begin to think that the only place you're not going to need 2 stairs is on the quarantine room up at the top. And the only reason you don't there is because it has such a small occupant load that you wouldn't need that. But anytime you have an occupant load of more than 10 people, you're going to need 2. You're going to need 2 stairs. And so since you need that, I would use that as an organizing diagram. But I think that other than that, I think that creates a certain kind of way in which you're making microclimates, getting that eastern sunlight, which I saw that you were trying to use a lot. I think that would be great in the morning. That's what we want to wake up to. And then, and in this climate, maybe the heat of the afternoon is okay in the low angle suns of the low angle of the sun in the wintertime. So I'm getting some finishing light on the sunset. And then using maybe the south light, which is maybe the south side, for more of these sort of hot water heaters on the roof that would be providing the radiant heat that I need throughout the night and things like that. But creating these microclimates, both uphill and downhill, that work off of your central circulation spine, then your mechanical could be incorporated into that and have those work equally well. So what you end up with is a building that it's designed in location to its climate. And then you're going to see, I think, the visual reference of the sort of building that looks like a series of peaks almost. So I think there's a great contextual reference that you have within the sort of design of the building you have based on those shed roofs and the angles of the surrounding mountains and the fact that you're creating all these microclimates.
Thank you.
Here you can see it again here. I want to clean up this diagram and make a series of rooms on the upside, a series of rooms on the downside, and then a spine that runs right in the middle of the building that is the circulation and the stairwell.
Going back to what you were talking about with how I try to flatten out my floors, how would you start to approach trying to make that more architecturally interesting, as well as like considering the climate, without just inserting floor planes?
Well, I think the split level does make it interesting, so that there's this sort of, I'm going to be inside a lot during the winter time, and so having this sort of space, you're trying to do that bleeds from one space to another through that central spine is a way I think you're making the building interesting.
Thank you. Could I also ask, I struggled a lot with materiality when I was making this design in terms of using it for its texture and using it for aesthetic purposes, aside from just choosing wood because I just felt that it was appropriate for the environment. How do I use that to enhance my design?
Well, I think you have in this degree, in that the wood, a natural material, is also a very low embodied energy material, and it's not a great insulator, but it's not a great conductor, and but it's it works well in this freeze thaw kind of situation, because it's not expanding and contracting with temperature, it is with moisture. So we just have to sort of make it moisture free. But I think in this case, it's going to be fairly durable. I'm assuming it's something like Ipe or something like that. And this is one of the reasons why we see it used in this kind of climate, again, because metal is such a conductor. If I touch it, literally metal, when it was significantly below freezing, my hand will actually freeze onto that metal. So I can do that with wood that I think you're doing here, and it's a warm material, and it conjures up those sort of images of the Yellowstone Lodge, and that it's made. It's not, but it's made. You're above timberline, but it's made from the sort of conifer trees that exist that come from down below. It may not be actually made from those now, but at least it conjures up that sense of place. And I think those are all very important. I think you've done a really good job of that. I think, again, the sort of subterranean ones where you're cutting into it, that's where you're having to use the sort of concrete retaining walls. Getting a concrete truck up here and pouring it on this kind of slope is going to be a real challenge. So that's why I probably would have done more like the bottom and then lifted the building up off the ground, and use piles and let the snow and the water that's flowing down the hill go under the building.
In terms of using the timber architecturally, it's a sticked frame building, basically the way you're describing it, but there are a lot of other wood framing systems now, like cross-laminated timber and heavy timber systems that you can expose and do sort of have an architectural presence beyond the stick framing, which is typically clad. And then stick framing is also a really beautiful system on its own that can be exposed and used essentially as it's harder to do in a climate like this, but can have its own sort of skeletal presence.
But you can only expose it where it's heavy timber. In other words, it's thick enough if there's a fire
in the building like
that
this,
it won't burn. It just chars the outside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, which most of the cross-laminated timber achieves just through being made of lots of smaller pieces.
No fireplace?
I thought about that would be in the living area, but I didn't draw it, but that's where it would be located.
It's good to warm your feet by the fire in these kinds of climates. But, it's also a potential threat to the building, because fireplaces are oftentimes the sources of the fire that burns the building down. But, there may be some ideas like of if you got hot water that you're collecting for your radiant heating system, which means the water is only heated to about 86 degrees, that's running through your floors. Sure would be interesting in your common area. Maybe I have some kind of grotto. I know some of our students worked on a South Pole station a few years ago, and we were just amazed at how that is considered to be the most necessary social endeavor in those stations, is that people warm themselves really in those, basically by taking the water that's coming from the radiant heating systems and then dumping it into a hot tub, and then that becomes the sort of like idea of warming themselves before they go to sleep. So I'm going to look for some kind of amenity in that regard.
Can I ask one more question? Going back to that idea of accessing the building, I feel like in my head, I just thought they would hike down, but I do realize now that that would be a bit challenging. Do you have any suggestions on how you would approach that and how to like build?
Don't make it dark. Don't make it dark. Don't make it where the snow drifts up on top of it.
It's much easier, like if you look at like a ski in, ski out building, to approach the building perpendicular to the slope and deal with that sort of regrading and that approach, as opposed to like trying to come up or down the hill at it.
Okay. So would that be like altering the topography a lot?
Or just considering how, like if you were walking towards the building in this elevation, rather than coming down the hill, it would be much easier to slightly alter the topography to create a place to move, as opposed to like trying to come down against the slope where you have a lot more topography to work against.
Okay, thank you.
I would have done one thing. It's crazy, right? But James Lambert taught us how to do this. You see with the person that's walking across the bridge to get in on your sketch, if you go just above your head, just above his head, to where the slope of the building that he's coming into, if you just put a line that connects those 2 points. And what he would do is he'd make a curved mirror at that surface and put it up over the entry. And what happens is the sun on the south side hits that mirror, reflects the sun down to the doorway and melts all the snow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd only just put it on the east side in order to do that, but that's a good idea. Thank you.
Any other comments? Sarah, can you put your plan? We can maybe look closer at your plans.
I think your drawings were nice.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
They're very legible. Mostly out of curiosity, what are you guys mostly using to draw?
I use Rhino and Illustrator. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used a lot of CAD blocks though, so I basically kind of use AutoCAD. I just transform the file so that I could work in Rhino.
Okay, so the Illustrator drawings make them very illustrative, and your line weights are really clear, which is nice.
Thank you.
I'll say I guess the one thing in the sections is there's like a little bit of confusion as to like insulation between interior objects and exterior ones. Like it would be nice to see the insulation hatch like running around the outside of the building, and then the inside could be freer in the poche, because you don't really need insulation in the bottom of your stair.
Mm-hmm.
Inside.
Is that something that shows in plan? I'd only thought that it showed in sections.
No, in your sections.
Oh, okay. I think I drew the insulation. It's running here. I'll zoom in a little more. It's a bit
just a question of like why seems to be in the floors between interior spaces.
I did that to run the mechanical systems through there because I was thinking about the panel system of.
No, you're going to be running in PEX tubes, you're going to be running in aluminum plates. You're going to be running hot water through that. You do not want to insulate between those floors. You can get condensation if you do.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? Very, very nice work.
Yeah,
Well presented.
Nice drawings.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You took us through, and I know that it's been, you worked very hard to get all the right pieces at the place. And I think it's looking really good. Yeah, I commend you on the amount of work and how successful it is. It's good. I think what you guys want to add to is for the portfolio review is to add contours and how does it touch with the ground, so that we see the contours not 15 meters apart, but something closer that as we look at a plan, we can tell of the steepness.
My contours are spaced 5 feet apart.
They are?
Mm-hmm. On my site plan, I show that.
Okay.
These are the contour lines.
Okay.
And then on each floor plan I show, just because it's so zoomed in, it looks a lot farther apart than it is.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for reviewers?
I guess, what was my biggest success and biggest failure in this design? And how can I progress forward to find a solution?
I think your biggest success was your composition of the exterior. It looks very harmonious and balanced, and I think contextual. I think your biggest challenge, I think, is that I find that I found the circulation circuitous, and that could have been that circulation thing could have been the most memorable place within the building. And right now it's just like, did I find a memorable space inside the building? No. You know, I found that you had all of the stuff that you needed, but was it memorable? No.
I think your material selection in terms of building this thing as a stick frame building on a really difficult and accessible site is right on. That's a good approach. You're doing some kind of limited concrete work, but you're not trying to build a road to the top of the mountain. I think it would have been really nice to see some sort of more developed interior drawings of the spaces, even if they were sort of like detailed sections or axonometrics, just to get a better understanding of the actual spatial quality of a lot of, like, the main spaces, especially like the sort of working space. Because like I can see in the section that it's double height, but it's not clear like what the actual experience of being in there would be like.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, I think those are some really good comments. You worked really hard in trying to figure out how all those parts make the whole, and I think that is really done well. I think what Michael and Lincoln both talked about is the interior spaces. So that would be sort of the next thing, to really physically be in your mind that you're walking through, you're looking out, you're designing that from inside out versus from outside in, which you've done really well. Excellent. Good. Thank you very much, Sarah. Good job.
Thank you.
You know, that comment, Smilja, one of the reasons why we were trying to teach people how to do freehand sketches in Italy was to teach students to think about spaces sequentially. We oftentimes just draw a plan, or we do a section, which are like two-dimensional, or we'll make masses like you did in your study. But when you do this over a number of years, what you start doing is when you're drawing something in plan, you're envisioning yourself walking through it. And what you see, you get into the fourth dimension. And when you start thinking about the dimension of time as you move through things, this is exactly how you experience space, is that it's from a walkthrough.
You know, this is where I say Corbusier was wrong when he said plan is a generator. I think a section and one point perspectives are really generate. This is two drawings that you are in the space. Otherwise, you're hovering over something that it does not, is not as critical as what is it like to be in that space. That's a good point. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. We're gonna go to Mariana.
Hi, so my name is Mariana Vina. My precedent at the beginning of this whole process was Zaha Hadid's Messner Mountain Museum. And what really intrigued me and what I decided to take away from studying this project was the notion of framed views and the construct being split up in 3 different paths, each leading to a different experience or journey. So from that, I started the process of just generating iterations based on different things I took from my precedent and just other things I wanted to explore. So first I started out by separating the main spaces in the program, so administration, public living, private living, and the studio workshop, and started messing around with how I want them to connect or not connect. And the first one here, I ran with the idea of the 3 different branches coming from a big common space. And then the second one, I was interested in the idea of the spaces being a part of the site in that just the main spaces peek out and all the circulation is inside the mountain. And then in the last one, I mainly created to explore vertical and descending circulation and how I could connect certain spaces or make them flow into one another. And then after making these and analyzing them, seeing how they worked or didn't, I decided that I really wanted to focus on the second model. To create a structure that creates a sort of 3-path journey that separates the programs, but keeps the language of the circulation being underground, so all you see are the destinations. So this is my big key or site plan, showing how one might get to the proposed site. The Glacier Hotel is in the bottom left corner, is a pretty big attraction, so there are some roads that lead there, and then from there you can take a relatively short trail or path to the cable car, and then from there the cable car will take you to the trail that you follow all the way to my proposed site, which is located close to the mountain peak overlooking the Utsi site. And that same trail also takes you through my site and leads to the Utsi site, and that's right here. And this is just a more zoomed in site plan showing the relationship between the proposed site and Utsi. And then here you can see the 3 main separate spaces, all angled in different directions, and you would just take the trail and then enter from the west, coming right off the trail. And taking the angles and site relationship into consideration, I made this simple partie views diagram to show the 3 different frame views that are at each destination. The top one is a view from the bedrooms, which is a more directed towards the valley. The middle view is what can be seen from the public living and administration spaces. And then the bottom one is the view from the workshop studio that looks directly at the Utsi site. The research facility starts out above ground and gradually goes underground. So the entrance is actually on the opposite side of the peak from the 3 separate branches. And when you're walking up from the trail, you actually don't see the rest of the building at all. So you get a sense of not really knowing what you're emerging into. This is the 2nd level from top down, and most of the space is actually underground. So you walk in and there are administration offices, or or conference spaces on both sides of the hall. And then here's the snowmobile garage. Or you can go, and then the corridor and the stairs to the left lead to the private living space on a lower level, and then the path on the right leads to the collaborative lab workshop that's also on a lower level. Or you can go straight into the public living area that peeks out on the other side of the mountain. And then in the public living area, there's just all the communal amenities such as the gym, the kitchen, the lounge area, and the dining room. And then from there, we can descend to the third level where you can see the circulation completely embedded underground, which leads to two completely different and separate programs. The private living section, so all the bedrooms, and then access to outdoor gathering space on this level. And then the studio or the workshop on up here. And then this is the final level that consists of the second level of bedrooms for the researchers, as well as a laundry room and storage space. And then in this section, you can see all the three spaces as it cuts through the workshop and the bedrooms, as well as a hallway leading to the bedrooms from the elevator. And then here I'm cutting right through the middle of the public area and the elevator shaft. And then this section's cutting through the circulation that's leading to the bedrooms. And then this one's cutting through the circulation on the other side that leads to the lab workshop. And this is my exploded axon that I made just mainly to better understand each branch and their relationship to the circulation. So for the material and construction of my design, I took some inspiration from Messner and decided to use prefabricated reinforced concrete panels that cover the interior and exterior. The following are a few images of interior renders exploring the material. So I planned for the whole interior being light concrete while the exterior is a darker gray concrete. And that was just because I wanted the building to somewhat blend into the mountain on the outside. But here's a render of the public living space. And here I decided to utilize the darker gray concrete to further emphasize the directionality towards the views and the circulation path to the elevator, while also working as a sort of divider for the different activities happening in this open space. And this is one of the bedrooms where I used the darker concrete beams to once again draw attention to the views. And then this is the render of the studio space with the big framed view that's directed towards the UTI site. And then these are just some exterior views of the structure from the northeast, the east. And then the trail actually continues between these two parts. And so this mimics the view you would see walking up from the trail from UTI. And that's it.
Your whole project is based on the premise for me that how I'm doing this excavation. And I would suggest that that's a missing part of your presentation. If I'm, you know, what kind of equipment do I have to do this? Am I doing getting some of those big machines that come up that drill tunnels? Or am I just bringing a crew out here and we're dynamiting and cutting through this rock? I need to know what kind of rock it is. I need to know how that process happens. And if I'm taking out that dirt, that rock, where does it go? Is it cut does it cut and fill? Do I push it down slope? In other words, that whole excavation process and how you're reconfiguring the landscape to do this instead of trying to sit gently on the landscape. You're reconfiguring the mountaintop. How do you do that? And the
That wasn't
project
really.
to it should inform the design.
I wasn't like, I didn't, I researched on what Messner did, and basically what they did was they excavated the site, and then they built on the site that was already excavated, and then they put the rock and the ground back on it and like overlaid over it and kind of reformed the site that way. So that's kind of how I was imagining it going down.
Is there a road to that project?
So this one, there's a, to this one or Messner?
The Messner one. It's a hot project, right?
Yeah, it just depends on accessibility, because I'm not thinking this is so accessible.
That one, there was a trail, and I believe they made more temporary trails.
In that video, we saw very small trucks coming there.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that was constructed just for that, or they connected it to existing path.
Yeah, see, so I'm saying, like, what do I do? Do it, drill down on a series, and then a vertical drills, and then dynamite, and then that releases the rock in the middle, and then I come in with some front end loader and push that rock over out of the edge. So now I have but then I build a building and then put rock on top of the building. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to understand the process.
The point being, I think that the impulse to like bury the building is like to make it appear smaller and tuck it into the mountain is actually like the most disruptive way to build a building. Because you're basically like cutting the top off of the mountain, putting a building, and then putting the mountain back on top of it. As opposed to sort of like placing a building that you see the entire thing, but it's placed on the land instead of in it.
Well, having said that, that to me is a big issue on your project. But I don't. Maybe we shouldn't belabor the point, but just to make the point. So can you go back to your floor plan? Right, so there. So the question would be then, is it, when I'm doing that, do I, you know, it sort of looks like I'm making a parallel cut with a certain dimension, as opposed to sort of like these little hallways that seem to be drilled into something. Do you understand what I'm saying there? You know, you have a long linear kind of tunnel that you can build. That's one way we drill into rock, right? Another is that you're excavating a swath of it that's like 30, 40 feet wide, and it goes from one side of the hill to the other. Those are two very distinct excavations. And that's very, very different than the other two buildings, which seem to be, you build up kind of adjacent to the topography. So, and then you let some of the rock then come over that adjacency. So it seems like you're part of the hill, but in fact, you just only built adjacent to the rock. Three very different things that I would have drawn in section to be able to get that kind of explanation. Because if I could make it feasible, then this sort of idea of having the building penetrate through the rock is really provocative. Because, you know, I was expecting the way that you talked about it, you know, with these kind of concrete walls, I was expecting some kind of German gun installation in Normandy or something, but your elevations, I mean, your renderings, give it a kind of warmth that I was wondering if it was more than just the idea of having light on both sides and an open plan so that the light goes all the way through it, or on the ones that were at the building edge, whether you're allowing light to come at that tunnel between the rock and your building, and then you contrast that with the light that you're getting from the edge of your building, And that's what gives it that sort of warmth as opposed to glare just from light from one side. So I think it's just following that notion of how I am building on this site from a tectonic standpoint. How am I cutting the rock? How am I excavating? And that it's something I would say you almost completely design in section.
One thing that I think would have been interesting to explore when you're going through the trouble of sort of placing this building into the ground is the sort of experience of moving through a building where you're moving from light to darkness. Because there's this constant movement every time you go from any room to another one. You're walking through what is essentially like an underground tunnel. And to see that explored in the drawings, either through like poche and section or through the actual sort of perspective and experience of that, and then designing for that so that you do have moments of sort of relief from these long underground staircases and tunnels. You do have like, you're bringing like light down a well into the space or something.
Yes.
Because I think you're going through the effort to sort of place the building in the mountain in this way, and then you really need to explore the spatial consequences of that as well.
What is the blue? Is that a water?
Oh, no, that's just this is the site cut, and then this is the trail that goes through it.
Oh, I see, a trail. I'm not so sure how that works because it's shown as just going up and hitting the darker gray area, like it doesn't really just slam into the wall.
I think you're walking over. The hill continues over this. This is down in the ground a bit.
It goes over the top.
Are these 15-meter contours? Or what are the contours on
No,
these?
they're 20. I believe they're 20.
20 feet? Or
No, 20 meters.
No,
right?
20 feet.
20 feet.
Okay, so that's
Okay. Yeah, so the slope is actually really severe. This is like quite a peak, right? Do you have a view sort of showing what like the approach to the building is? Because you kind of like move through between the different volumes on your path, right?
Yeah, I completely forgot to include that view. So I have the ones from, because it's on the other side of this, and I was gonna take it and I completely forgot about it.
So you're, in order to get to your building, you're moving up the slope over the peak and then coming back around the back, right?
No, you would come in from this way because the trail comes over here, and then you can go into the building, or you can continue over the trail down to Utsi.
Okay, so in your site plan, if you go back to your first floor plan or your site plan, you're actually approaching the building from this way,
yes.
Right? Okay. You should show the trail continuing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I think like the idea of like moving up through this way is kind of a strange one. But so you're basically going like over the building and then descending down the hill. And in order to come out, you're exiting the back. Why did you ever look at like the other sort of volumes being connected to the landscape so you could move out sort of from the living space directly into the landscape?
Yeah, I was, I didn't have time to design it or like all that, but there is a way to come up from the studio to the landscape because there's a balcony, and then from the balcony you can go into the landscape. And I didn't incorporate that in the public living, but it does sit on the landscape to where you would be able to if I did incorporate it. I wasn't sure about the public living area though.
But the way we used to climb, we used switchbacks. So you would never go just sort of vertically like that against coming straight up a hill, because the erosion of the water down the pathway would be so extreme. So we would normally you would go parallel or slightly diagonal to the slope, and then turn and then come back slightly diagonal, and you gradually just get up the hill going through a series of switchbacks, which I don't know, because looking at something that's that steep going straight up, geez, I guess people are all roped up here. This is a technical climb to get to the top of here, which would be real surprising to find all of this stuff up here at the top on a technical climb and go, you mean I could have driven up here? But at any rate, the sort of notion of the switchback is that the base where all three of the buildings are connected seemed to be a way that you would arrive really at the building and then move laterally to the different buildings. So once I got to that level, it seems like you've kind of flattened it out. So there would be some rock screed that would be, pushed down the hill a little bit from the excavation of the building that you've done that would have given you an outdoor patio platform that would have allowed you to sort of connect that circulation at that point. I think that would have made a little bit more sense to me. It just looks like to me that you've gone to a tremendous amount of expense to create something that seems to be more of a defensive embattlement. And I think you're trying to do it because you're trying to be have the overall look of the building as if it's just a minimal intrusion upon the ground. And I think that's a really beautiful idea. And the reality of it, it does the opposite. Yeah. To do something like that, you really have to just sort of like almost cut off the top of the mountain, as we were talking about, and redo it.
There's a project in Antinori Winery outside of Florence. That Studio Archea, the Florentine firm that did it, did exactly that. If you look at photographs, they have dug 1/3 of the hill, took it all away, buried the building, built, and then covered it all. I mean,
yeah, I've been to that winery, and I can tell you that,
crazy.
And yes, and they had earth moving equipment like you would see that you were building the Harlem Tunnel or something like that. It was and I just think that's very difficult to do way up here. Now it's been done, you can do it, but at such great expense that you literally ended up, as Smilja was saying, tearing off the top of the mountain and rebuilding it. And you can do that, but I think when you do that, boy, those are monumental spaces. It's something that I make into a museum. So it's a national treasure.
Well, I think, school is a place to try this. Now, next time you do something like this, Mariana, you can, all this play in your head and thinking, well, I got to look at this, I got to look at that. I think it's a good lesson here at school.
The other thing to consider is when you're disrupting the site in that way is to consider the sort of the approach and the site more. Like Michael was talking about, the idea of like how you actually move through over the top of this mountain is something that you could really approach and design rather than just sort of like leaving it as a line that you add on the site plan. Can you go back to your sections? Or maybe the axon diagram shows it better. It's kind of deceptive in section. Yeah, what I really wonder too is like showing us like the experience of being in this sort of pink salmon portion of the building when you're sort of like in the heart of the mountain. What were you thinking about in those spaces?
Well, in those spaces, I wanted to have like strips of light coming from the top that kind of leads you towards the direction where you're supposed to go. But that was one thing that I was struggling with because I wanted it to be natural light, but since it is underground and it is kind of deep underground, I wasn't sure how that could work. So then I just kind of stuck with the idea of maybe artificial lighting. But it's just like, it's like strips.
You're basically building a green roof on top of this thing, or like a mountain roof on top of the thing. If you were to build it this way, embedding it in the mountain. So you could sort of, I don't know if you would actually like tunnel hallways out. I don't have enough experience putting buildings in mountains. So there would be opportunities to sort of connect that to the exterior as well.
I think it also tells me that what I think you got to get to right about this phase in your career is this sort of, I think this is a really nice drawing. The exploded drawing, I think it's really, it's a very exciting kind of drawing to draw it from. But I think the actual drawing that was more important was this section through the mountain and how it interfaces with the mountain. And that's what I keep going back to. I have to tell you, maybe it's just because I've gotten so old now that I design in sections more so now than in plan. Just because I think I'm much more interested in that I find space, the spatial integrity. I know how plans work now. So the spatial flow is more important to me now. So I recommend it, more sections.
Yeah, okay.
You just sort of slowly flip through your sections.
And this is where the sections became sort of unreal to me. But, yeah. For instance, if I cut through the mountain like this, so let's just say I cut the top of the mountain off and I want to put the soil back up, I probably am not going to put, 10, 12 feet of soil back on top of my building. Not rock anyway. Not with these kinds of thin sections to be able to do it. But I could do something not unlike what you're trying to do if you had just maybe made those 20 inches of rock and soil on top of the building. Then I think we might have been in the same place.
Well, that high up, there's very little soil. It's all rock.
Well, even if it's rock, if it's 20 inches of rock on top of it, stones piled on top of it that become the finish of the roof instead of pea gravel. I've got stones on top of it, so that you do get this sort of rocky environment up at the top of the hill. But when I'm looking at some of these sections again, it's like they're tunnels into the ground, and then to realize that they're not tunnels into the ground, that you're taking the entire mountain down to be able to do that it's difficult to sort of like understand the process of the thinking.
These are some really good questions, and what you guys are pointing out also is that whatever we do, there are always consequences. So I make this move, what does that mean? And then I look back, do I move the same way or do I change the course? So I think that's really good suggestions and advice. And
one thing that would be nice to explore, and you could do it in section, would be the sort of gradient from these dark tunnel spaces to the brighter, like points where the building emerges, because it really is going to be an experience of like being like down in the earth and coming out of the cave every time you move between any of the rooms, which is like a really interesting and dramatic thing to explore, and would be good to see sort of evaluated in the drawings too.
You guys have a closing comments? We have to move to the next student. Anything else? Mariana, did they answer all of your questions?
Yes, I think so.
I think we may have given her more.
All right. Thank you, Mariana. Good job. And she embraced the difficult part. How do I get in the mountain to make something?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay. Thank you. And we have Miguel.
Hello, my name is Miguel Magtan, and then I'm going to be the last person for final reviews today. Yeah, before I start, it's nice to meet y'all, and if you have any questions throughout, just feel free to interrupt me and let me know. So my project is called The Crevice, and it is what I named my live-in research center for what we called the Center for Analog Architecture in the Anthropocene, and it's essentially a glaciology and archaeology research center. And so this was our president, Oberregan Mountain Hut by Peter Pitchler. It was inspired by the local stube, which is a warm and friendly room that's cladded with wood. These are just a series of diagrams that I drew that when I looked at it intuitively, because he doesn't really give his background information for it. When I looked at it intuitively, I looked at it through the lens of a temperature gradient, as well as social gradients. And me and my partner, we intuitively used warm colors to represent warmth and cooler colors for coldness. And we found that the varying degrees of social interaction within the structure were able to coincide with the same gradients of temperature. This is further along. And this is just talking about the different kind of spatial qualities that were created because of the way he used cut and fill, and how the places that are the most exposed are outside, but the places that are most embedded are less hot than, say, the enclosed parts. And so this is an idea that I take with me throughout the semester and keep at the back of my mind. So later we researched about the relationships of sites with regard to the placement of buildings, as well as the relationships between the tectonic and the stereotomic. I was able to understand how we also read a reading about prospect and refuge, and how these spaces could be created utilizing not only form, but also by utilizing a specific orientation or a placement in the site. And so when we first were given our project, my initial research started with the idea of water features, and I looked at it in terms of glaciers and access. And I looked at the boundary between Austria and Italy, and I found that the boundary between the two countries were formed by a drainage boundary, which is why it was so interestingly irregular compared to the box kind of states we have in the US. So upon further research of boundaries, it led me to study what kind of boundaries occur naturally in the world, which led me to the idea of a crevice, which is a thought that also I let marinate in my head as I went about thinking how to design for this. And when we were given this project, we read about how we currently live in the geological period of the Anthropocene, which is also known as the Age of Man. And in this age, the relevance of the concept of wilderness is fleeting, because man continues to play a dominant role in shaping the ecological systems of Earth. Here in this diagram, we see how glaciers are melting at an alarming rate. And this is the main glacier that for my research center I would want to be studying, which is the Smilja Glacier, and it's the one closest to our site where Utsi, the Iceman, was found. And so this idea, again, we see how they are melting at an alarming rate. And so for me, I take the stance that we should have a firm stance, a firm hand in shaping the course of history rather than sitting back and letting things go on the way they are and just hoping things will get better. And so these are some diagrams that I drew. These are some diagrams that I drew, again, talking about the crevice space that I had researched. And it talked about how light could come in through this crevice space and illuminate different parts of the object that was originally hidden. And similarly, how circulation could be brought through these horizontal, say, strata through diagonal pieces, or vertical circulation going up and down, how light can come into these spaces. And so I took, yes, yeah, I took Sea Ranch as a precedent because I was thinking about how I would want to mitigate the predominant winds coming in mainly from the south, and how I would want to be able to create protected space the same way this does. And I was thinking about how the shed roofs that it utilizes would also be perfect for shedding snow, and be able to protect you from the winds and let the winds just go over the roofs. And we see here that in this chart, this is a temperature chart. We see that in the South Tyrol Mountains, in July and August, this is the prime time to build because this is when it gets the hottest throughout the year. So it's not cold completely all year round. And so this is a big site map that I've made that shows the context between countries and the different ways you can actually access where I want my intervention to be, which is up here, which is about a 30-minute hike from the Utsi the Iceman site. And so there are two ways you can actually get to the intervention. You can come from the east, from Mazzacorto or Kuzras, Mazzacorto, and you could drive all the way up until you get to the hiking path. And then you'd have to make your own little hiking trail from the Grauen Hotel. Or you could just come from this little town near the Lago di Bernago and hike all the way up to a pre-established hiking trail that already leads you to a hut that already exists and would be kind of like a halfway point where you could rest before you get there. So either way, these are both very long ways to access it. So the main method of transportation for materials would be by helicopter. And so here's my site plan, again, with context with Utsi.
Is that true of a lot of what's constructed up there? It's brought in by helicopter?
Yes.
Some of it, yeah, they might have temporary roads. This height, this is close to what, 8,500 meters.
Yes. It's very difficult to get what you need up there, so you try to bring in what you can, and usually everything's like prefabricated. And so yes, this is my site plan, and then here would be my helicopter pad, which is maybe a 10-minute walk to the actual site or intervention. Here's my roof plan, and this is how this line is actually the physical boundary of Austria and Italy. And so not only do I want my building to act as a place for research, but also maybe even establish the a marker for the unclear boundary between Austria and Italy.
Been my experience being up there that if you call it Italy, the locals get pretty angry with you. They want to, well, they say we're Torolia, and I think they have some reason to say that because that border changed during World War II.
Yeah, like there's been a whole dispute about who the mummy actually belonged to because of that, because that's just shifting all the time. And so this building would become a marker to finally establish that. So I guess Italy would win in this case though. Here I bring in the idea of the temperature gradient and the social gradient that I used for my precedent of the Oberregen mountain hut. And I utilize it for my project as well. And so what we have here is this crevice space essentially that bisects two linear volumes. It separates, this is the work area and this is where they go to rest, so the residential rooms. So it separates the two, but it also connects the two through circulation. And so the idea is that the most social interaction actually occurs in this crevice space just because of the friction of everybody going into the space and exiting, and it's narrow spaces in here so that you come in contact with anybody who's trying to get through the building. And so here we have the floor that starts underground. I guess it'd be better to start from the ground floor. So from the ground floor, we have a hiking trail, again, that's already established, that's up a little bit north, just not even 15 feet away. But you would just continue from the path onto the top of the peak, and you would enter through here, and you have a mud room. But immediately you set foot into the crevice space, and from there you make a decision about where you need to go, if you want to go eat, if you want to go sleep, or if you want to go work. And then if we go downstairs we have a research freezer storage for any site findings that they get during their site visits. We have their common area where they can come and congregate. And then down here, we also have the quarantine room for COVID-19 if they get it. We have the mechanical room that sits away from a lot of the places where people inhabit, so that sound is, I guess, isolated and won't go and disturb the people who are trying to sleep. And so my vertical chase system is here, and it cuts through all of the floors, as well as my elevator, which sits here.
Just for you guys' sake again, because you're going to see me all in EC, 2 stairs, even from the basement.
Okay. And then this is, if we go back up from the underground floor and then all the way up to the second floor, we have these little narrow passageways, which are like ledges, almost like little cliffs where you can go and stand and have a place to sit and just overlook the place. Over here, you also have a little ledge that overlooks into the workspace. But this takes you to the second floor of the residential area. And we have 2 restrooms that all the residents share. And these are both accessible. We have a longitudinal section that cuts through the residential spaces, and each of them are given a closet, which is these spaces here. And you don't see the desk spaces. But this also partially cuts through the crevice space, which is why you see that strange hole right here. This one cuts through the crevice space itself. And you enter, it shows how you enter from here, and then you can descend or ascend. These are details that I did of how I would think. I know it's not perfect, but this is how I would imagine it could be built. There are a lot of things more things I would have to take into account. But the idea is that because we're building a foundation or a basement level that actually goes into the ground, the stone that you would have to excavate would essentially become the stones used to make the crevice space. And so the main stone found inside of, or in the region, which is plentiful, is nice stone, which is actually another subcategory of granite. And so I would be utilizing nice stone veneer for my crevice space. And so with that idea in mind, my crevice space, again, because it is the hottest place on there, this is further supported by the fact that it acts as a thermal mass. And so a lot of the heat that will collect in that in the crevice space. And so there are, I would imagine, or I would put windows at the top that would be able to open to use stack effect to let out the heat whenever it starts to overheat.
Just to let you know that these are great, by the way, but you need thicker walls. You probably need a 12-inch wall of insulation in this climate.
Yes, sir. This is actually more than 12 inches.
He means the studs.
The studs?
2x12s or 2 2x6s.
Okay, so okay, well, thank you.
You get a lot of bang for your buck with continuous insulation on the exterior of the wall as well.
Yeah, that was what I was wondering, because I was reading into using platform framing or balloon framing, and I know platform framing has thermal breaks, and so this is an exploded axon that I did of separating it different layers of how my skin, I wanted to use, again, the stone veneer, which would act as a thermal mass and have operable windows. And then the wood would have a large board facade. The framing would actually be brought in panels, but I didn't exactly know how to model that. But I took into account the other president that Professor Milo asked us to study, which is the Monte Rosa hut. And they just flew in prefabricated wall sections and put them together like Lego pieces. Here we have the circulation. Starting from the ground floor, you can descend down or ascend up. And the crevice acts essentially as an atrium, and it acts as the sole means of vertical circulation. So I know that goes against what you said, Professor Garrison. And then the foundation, it creates, again, the cave spaces that I talked about with that I researched earlier. And the prospect spaces would be the little ledges that in the crevice spaces that let you overlook the different places in the building. And so this is an exterior render of how you would actually go and access the building. I mean, it sits on top of a pretty flat site. And so you would be able to just walk or hike all the way up there, and it's not too difficult to get.
But that's the north elevation we're looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, I want to say, I think you did a great job. I think this is a really well thought of project. And you've been, I think, diligent in, not only in the detailing of the project, but in the system integration of the project, the circulation of the project. There's a couple of things, just a small little things that I might have encouraged you. I've already told you about you guys about having 2 fire stairs. So I'm going to be yelling at you guys about that for the whole time you're at UT.
Yeah, that was a problem I actually kept thinking about, but I mean, I knew like the access.
10 people, so
Yeah,
Squeeze the
I
bottom.
want-
This one.
we classified it so the code should be easier on us.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be, you're going to need it, just for the occupant load that you have. Also, I just want to say, it's a beautiful rendering, but it seems like you just put the building right in the middle of where the avalanches would come.
Right.
And that's what you suddenly saw. Could you go to your site plan? There's a couple other little things I just wanted to sort of suggest.
There's the site plan or the roof plan?
That's fine right there.
Okay.
I think what it does is that by claiming the top of this little mound, you have a building that's oriented towards southwest, south, and southeast. All those windows along in there to get this sort of maximum heating effect. I think that's really good. It actually, though, seems like you've created this little microclimate on the north side. And I would have argued that I would have completed that loop. I would take that, and I would have built, something to the effect of a wall, a portion of that compound, so it made that sort of circular drive on the inside of it, that landing place. And along that wall on that compound would have been things like the corral for snowmobiles during the winter, and the bus that that the lodge owns, the little shop that they work on the bus. The during the summer, that's where the horses are. Maybe there's even an area where you got to store food, so there's a long-term storage in that kind of thing. But what it would do is create a microclimate by blocking that north wind off of that building and create that sort of zone inside that would be sort of the point of arrival of your building. I think the crevices are your notion of the crevices that sort of slice through the building. I think is a really you were really true to that. I think it's a really inspiring idea. Just being an old climber myself, I just remember that crevices were dangerous things. We used to have to bring ice ladders to get across them. We had to hike at night because the crevices would, at night, you hike at night primarily now because the crevices,
like this one.
Yeah, that's an ice ladder there. And if the crevice is wide enough, you have to use a clothesline to get across them. But they open up during the day when it gets warm, and a lot of them close at night. So it's a really weird thing because you can hear it all the time. But the idea of this crevices is sort of opening. I was about to say in the architectural equivalent of that in your building, I almost wanted to see that having more light into it, that it's really different from the building. It's a circulation spine. It's a circulation core in your floor plan. Maybe it's a greenhouse and it's full of plants. It's a winter garden, as they call them in Europe. And that thing is like, so it gets warm, really warm during the day when the sun's on it. And then at night, it's above freezing inside, which is fine for the plants, but not for you and I. But we just are passing through that kind of, as you called it, a transition zone, the mudroom, if you will. It's this sort of indoor-outdoor thing. It is the crevice between the building and full of light. It brings light into the center of the building. So I think I would just say, I think your instincts are really good. I think your metaphors were wonderful. I would just follow them, be truer to them and see what surprises they may, I wouldn't have thought about that, but gosh, now that I think about it, I know they tried to do that at the South Pole. If you're someplace in this winter, just having an orange tree growing in the middle of your building because you made that kind of environment where it could grow, just is all the magic in the world about staying warm. I think the coldest I've ever been one time, I was in Vienna, and I just don't know. I'd been there at Christmas time, and it was just I was cold enough, long enough that I just thought I was just cold to my bones. And I found the royal greenhouses and I went inside it. It's like 85 degrees tropical. I felt like I was in Mexico. I stayed in there for about an hour and a half and I was warm for weeks afterwards. So you know, that kind of an idea of the sort of slice through the building, I would just expand it because I think it's really an exciting idea.
I think you haven't seen my render of it.
Oh, even better. Now I want to just fill it with plants.
And yes, you actually, I should have taken a render from the bottom, but I played with the majority of the light coming in from the top. And I also put spaces between the stairs and the wall so that the light could sneak in to the side and go all the way to the bottom.
I want more light, but this is a lot of light, but I love this space.
It's really nice.
This is a memorable space. This is a crevasse. And, but, you know, as I said, I think, you know, I would fill it with plants. And this is where I'm having my coffee.
Yes, sir. And this is just a quick render I did of what the office space could look like, which would have a view to the Snowstall Glacier that I talked about, the main one that I want them to be, or that they would be researching. But that is my presentation.
The balanced daylighting in the workspace is nice to see from 3 directions. Makes for a good place to work. So I guess the main theme, I agree with Michael, that it's the sort of crevice, the void is like the most solid portion of the building with the masonry walls, which is a little like counterintuitive, as opposed to sort of the 2 wings being, you know, the ground, the mass, and then the crevice being the gap between them. But I think the idea of like sort of using that as a light well is really nice. It'd be nice to see it sort of more open to those other spaces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Professor Milo said, make it as narrow as you possibly can. But I thought you were gonna get on to me for.
That's why I want the Saint Bernard dog with the keg of brandy around its neck. You know, in that spot, I think it's I would make it. You know, it expands it. Sometimes it's just so wonderful. It's the social space.
So in terms of this view, you sort of have the mountain behind it, but in your site plan, am I reading it wrong? It's sort of on top of the mountain.
Forget that you saw that. This was just a pretty render.
Okay.
I can find a different picture to put it in.
But because it is really sighted.
But yeah, it sits on top of the peak of a mountain, but it's not the tallest peak there is. So I was assuming you could have taller peaks in the back.
As the glaciers melt, we're starting to have more avalanches. You have to now have a little GIS beeper in you, so when you get covered up, they can find you.
Okay, now I'm reading this drawing correctly. This is a hole in the floor.
Yes, sorry. This is, I guess it's better this way. Yes.
Okay, there you go.
So that's just, yeah, that's the very lowest level.
Make it white.
Yeah, I just realized that. Sorry.
Yes, but I'm still saying there should be doors between that and the rest of the buildings, so that the temperature there can fluctuate in that crevasse.
There should be doors.
Yeah, because that, you know, if I'm putting all those windows into it to get that kind of light quality into it, that temperature is going to fluctuate.
Yes, sir. I think I have doors on everything except for the workspace, but that was just a personal decision. I thought y'all were going to get on to me for my foundations, or thinking of basement level and cutting into the ground so much.
No, that's okay, because we understand how that's done. You're not building the mountain back on top of it. You're building a building on top of it.
And I try to justify it by saying you would use what you excavate to make the crevice, like the stones. But
maybe.
Do you have any critiques or things you think I should maybe work on?
You know, again, I just say that there's no point of arrival. You know, it's Michael Benedict says it, I think, the best, if you've ever heard his lecture on the Kimball. And the Kimball Art Museum, he talks about the difference between the Kimball Art Museum and the piano pavilion. And he talks about how the piano pavilion is much like your building. It just sits on the ground, and then right outside the ground is grass. Whereas if you look at the Kimball, there's all kinds of interface between the building and the landscape. And that's why I keep saying this sort of like compound, this point of arrival with this wall around it where, you know, the corral, if you will, I think would be a critical part to the addition of this building.
Yes, sir. I was thinking of this almost like a cradle. It cradles a space that protects you from the predominant south winds. I was actually going to call my project the cradle, but I didn't think it sounded as
you showed on your windrows diagram, there were significant winds coming from the north.
As well, yes, sir. So that's one thing I would have to figure out.
Yeah, the challenge with that sort of orientation is you're shading the entry to the building, which can get really snowy.
That's right, yeah. Is there a drawing you'd like me to go back to?
So talking in terms of systems, it's like a pretty conventional forced air, heating and cooling. That's what you'd be proposing. Really just heating. You wouldn't really use AC as much in that climate.
Also, nobody takes hot showers. That's what they did in the Monte Rosa hut.
Yeah, this is the one climate I don't think you want forced air. I think you're looking for a radiant heating system.
I'm not sure what those terms mean yet, but
okay,
I'll learn next semester.
Forced air would be air blown from ducts, air conditioning ducts. A radiant system means that I'm going to be running warm water through the floor, up through the floor, and it's going to radiate heat up. So it's a more even heat. Yeah.
And relying on the thermal mass and radiation of the building itself to keep you warm or cool, rather than just the air temperature.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess a sort of broader question in these projects is like the sort of like where you're getting the energy for these systems. Would these projects be like connected to the grid, or are these off-grid, sort of solar?
I didn't model it, but because I just wanted to get to the stopping point because I got in a car accident a few days ago, or a few weeks ago, and it significantly put me behind. So that's why I don't have like a snowmobile garage and stuff.
Is everyone okay? You're okay?
It was just me, but somebody like ran into me on the highway. But yeah.
Not good.
But yeah.
But you're alive and getting better. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, I've been having to alternate because my right shoulder got injured, so I've been trying to work with my left hand because I'm right-handed.
The ambidextrous mouse skills. It's a good thing to have.
I have a question for Professor Garrison. And that would be, when I designed this, I designed it in plan. And so I think that might show more or it shows off more obvious that I did that than in section. So do you have any comments in regards to?
I think you organized it in plan. But
Yes,
I think
sir.
you always had as the main ingredient of your design was the crevasse.
Yeah, and that's sectional.
And that was designed as a sort of a section through the building. And then the wings of the building flowed off of that. So I think what I'm trying to say in many ways is, what's the big idea? And, I think you were very clear about what your big idea is. And that big idea has helped you design it both in plan and in section. I might have again said, to me, the big memorable space is the crevasse. It's the equivalent to me of this sort of like, wow, this green. That's why I keep saying there's plans from it. So from that dining room, that wall that looks into the 2-story space in the crevasse, I would have made that a window, a really well insulated window. So I see that as well as see outside. So, I'm feeling like I'm being indexed to it. I would have it in such a way that I go from down this corridor where the bedrooms are back into the crevasse to get to the elevator, right, or get to the stairs. So I'm constantly kind of moving through it and introduced to it. It's the big idea, and that, to me, that sort of like giant crevasse. It reminds me of, I don't know if you've ever seen it, where I think it's in Finland, above the Arctic Circle, they have the seed vault.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that kind of an environment on the inside.
I personally don't know it, but I did research a lot into a lot of different presidents that did utilize some sort of an atrium space and narrow spaces like this.
I keep wanting to see the crevasse go further out and touches the stair at one end and just sort of creeps out. And
yes, ma'am. Well, I needed to stick within the square footage. This is actually 5 under the square footage limit. So
good. Any other comments by reviewers? Miguel, great job. Wonderful project, wonderful idea. Just add a few drawings here and there that would support the crevasse, both inside and outside.
It's really nice to see that sort of interior space considered and rendered.
Yes.
Yes. That's my favorite view.
It's mine too.
Good.
Yeah, I actually just came back from physical therapy just in time for this review.
You'll have to watch the rest on YouTube.
I was able to watch a few.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, this is great. Guys, we really appreciate your input, and we'll all be seeing Michael Garrison for our portfolio review. But I was wondering if you both, if you have any parting questions, or not questions, any parting comments to the group. Anything?
Michael, you want to go first?
Sometimes I just think right now we're at a point in which seems like a lot of people are thinking architecture is just about sculpture. And I think we're at a point now in which we're actually understanding that performance, the way a building performs,
really critical.
Is also another way of thinking about beauty. We think a rose is beautiful because of the way it looks, but insects think it's beautiful because of the way it smells, or the contrast between the velvet flower and the thorns some poet might write about. But in some ways it's sort of like, and that's why I think a lot of what you all have got is looking at sort of like understanding that integrated design means the sort of like how not only is the way my building performs and the way that my building appears is something that I'm trying to bring together. It's like I'm trying to walk and chew gum at the same time, and you got to learn how to do it. David Heyman, I think, said it the best that I've ever heard. He said, like an architect's like a person, that juggler who's spinning plates on a stick. And so we start off by trying to spin this plate, saying we really want our buildings to be beautiful. And then we start adding another stick and another plate, asking it to be, affordable or buildable or climate efficient and structurally sound. And we keep adding plates and sticks that all of us have to juggle when we're trying to do a design. And David Heyman said, that's how you learn how to dance. And that's what we're doing. We're learning how to make all of these decisions, and not necessarily make it just about one decision, but how do we integrate all of these various decisions that we make, and in the end of it, make it something as choreographed as a beautiful dance.
I'm going to say, everyone, thank you for sharing your projects with us today. And I think all of you had a really strong sort of like concept that you brought to your building. But what I want to say is that you need to take that concept and then continue to explore the sort of like implications of it to understand what kind of spaces you're creating, the sort of consequences in terms of natural light and materiality. And in order to do that, you need to model and draw those spaces so that you can get a feel for them and understand them. And the most successful projects that you're going to do in school and out of it are ones where you're really fully exploring the sort of experience of being in those spaces, rather than just sort of like taking a strong concept and not exploring and then further like tinkering with the actual experience of what to be in the building is.
Well said. Well, Lincoln and Michael, thank you very much.
Okay, ciao. Have a good semester.
Wait, no, we're going to see you. We'll see you in a week.
Yes, we will.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Really appreciate all the comments.
Yeah,
Really
thank you for having us. Yeah.
Good
to see you, Smilja.
Yeah. All right. Let me hear. Let me have the class back so we can touch base.
Okay.
Thank you, Lincoln. We'll ask you again.
Yeah, I'd love to do it again, in Zoom or in person, depending on how things go.
Oh, boy.
Great. Yeah.
All right. Let me see. Thank you very much. Let's see. We have Sarah. Mason, do we have everybody on? Can you guys, I know if you're tired, just turn on the, yeah, thank you. Turn on the, I like to see your faces. Okay, so we had some amazing reviewers, very different points of views from morning to mid to this section here. And again, what's really critical is for you to think, what would Nicole say about my project? Or what would Michael Benedict say? They didn't see yours. So just try to understand this back and forth. Okay, so let's talk about, we have till next week, next Friday, for the portfolio review. And I've made some general comments that you can use if you like. But there are several things that I think that we have done, maybe drawn in some ways, but I think you need to be really clear. Let me begin with saying first that I think we need to get that site plan, something that is in between the ground floor plan and the really far distance map. So we need to have a one sentence that talks about location of the project and how it works with the landscape. I'd like to see more of the three-dimensional rhino modeling of the site that you guys had earlier. I think it would be really important for you guys to have that, to give the sort of the context of the site. The access, they talked about the importance of access, of how do you really get to your project, and how do you do that aside of having a site plan. And you can either snip a series of views, how does the building appear as you come to it, and then as you go out, what do you see? So we need to have a better understanding of the site in general, the approach. Also, we have done a number of different drawings that connect the context to your drawing. The side drawings were very helpful when you had a plan with the points of views, what you're seeing. But I think you need to also think about where else can I describe of how is the site captured. So in your interior views, I think in mid-review or maybe even preliminary review, we had more specific, more moving scenarios. I know you guys did not have as much time. So one thing I would do is go through and figure out which of your views can actually register the beautiful landscape that in any direction that you look. Okay, now let's get down to, let's see, the floor plan. See better site context. Now, it's very important that your floor plans have the ground floor and what you're seeing below, that you draw the contours and try to get them as close as possible so that when you look at the site, when you look at the plan, you'll understand there's a drop off on one end or the earth is going up the other way. So the contours on the plan, and you know, this is so typical of us who have been designing in flat land. Austin sides, everything is really flat, and here the topography is so telling that in many ways, if you can, before you even, this is for the next project that's in extreme sites, is that you actually draw everything on the site first, and then you place your building in so that you see how the site then respond to your building. Also, some of the plans, did you guys take your Rhino plans into Illustrator? Okay, some of those plans are not reading very well. And I think you need to have a better hierarchy of the line. Do you guys have access to what we have here, the schedule, where you can actually go and look at everybody's work from studios? You guys have that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, if not, I'll send it to you. It was just a PDF. It was information about the schedule, and you can go into each studio. So you can take a look at and see how is the advanced studio dealing with this? How the other studios describe the site and landscape. So look at it for generating ideas. Okay, I'm gonna be really tough on you guys. Please, no dark brown structure, please. Make the structure lighter color. Go more in blue tones than dark chocolate trusses. Sorry, I have this real pet peeve about brown color. Also for the wood, if you can bring them in a lighter quality of the wood. I think it was in Mariana's. I was trying to remember whose image we had, a morning and night image. I would tone down, make the color much lighter, so that they're not screeching in it. And also think about now. So you're asking myself, what am I doing? The class is over. We've just finished. I think you should think about this project. First of all, that you're going to be looking at it at your portfolio review. But this is actually the project that has the development that you will sway away your prospective residency employees, or when they see how much detail and how beautiful your ideas were tectonically expressed through drawings and models. So this is a really important part of your portfolio that you're going to be using for whether it's for summer job, for residency, or for going to graduate school. Because we've spent the whole semester on this project and you have studied it in depth. So think about it. Oh, now she's asking us to do this or that. You're doing it really for yourself and for your portfolio. Let's see what else. Interior. Also, if you have time, take a look at and capture some of the interiors. I saw a lot of interiors and I know you didn't have enough time, but get some really seducing photographs of the site that are going in. Make it really, be really excited about the site, because this is what is so different about this site, and all that landscape that you were trying to frame and get to see from above or below has really led your design. So see how you can actually show that. So contours, context, plans, and make them crisper. So then when you look at it, it was hard to read some of them. Okay. Miguel, you look like you're hurting. So what you guys thought of reviews? Helpful? Yes?
Professor Garrison was scary. But he's pretty nice, I guess.
Well, he's got some amazing knowledge of construction, mechanical systems, and that we all bring our strengths, and they're all different. Now he is going to be one of our reviewers, and Martin Hatcher, the one who was in the morning with Michael Benedict. So Michael Garrison and Martin are our reviewers. It's good. Miguel is looking like, uh-oh.
Wait, who is the other one?
Martin. He was the first reviewer with Michael Benedict.
Oh, so not Michael Benedict.
No.
Okay.
Martin.
Okay.
Martin and Michael Garrison. And they'll be good. And, and I'll be the third wheel on a tripod or something, we're bicycling through your project. So do not worry, it'll be all good. Any other comments or questions?
I have a question about the portfolio review.
Mm-hmm.
What's the format of it? Are we explaining each of our projects like this? Do they give us feedback directly or at the end?
Okay, that's a really good question. Let me go over what we've been doing in the past. You're going to show your portfolio work from design 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're going to present the project today. You are finished with that project, or you may actually start with that project. I'm not really sure how.
I think they said we don't have to include this semester's project.
What?
I think they said we don't have to include the semester's project.
My understanding is it's not included in like the portfolio composition, but we still present it.
Exactly. So
okay.
Let me say, so let me trace back. I've seen it done both ways, where we actually look at your last project and then your portfolio. This is when we were in person. Your portfolio is there. So you're presenting both your project now, which is going to be the main framework, and then you're going to tell us of your progress from design 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you need to put that portfolio together. So let me just sort of take a note. I know some of you have been thinking about what are you going to put in your portfolio. So take the time, aside of finishing whatever you have to do on this project, take the time and design and figure out how you're going to tell them about your process, because there's going to be, just like the PDFs we've seen today, you're going to go through 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to show the progression of work. So I think it's very important that you conceptually design, like what you guys did. I'm trying to remember what you guys did in design 1. Design 2, we had a series of, you all ended in one project, correct? And then you had the projects that you've shown me from second year design, the fall and spring. So think about how you're going to present. What we're looking for in there is how did you grow in, and then there's a category looking at design skills, conceptual thinking, production. I will actually think it's okay if I'm going to send you the topics of what we're looking at in your 1 through 4. So, and this is actually going to be the first pass through making your portfolio. And then at the end of next semester in spring, I believe you guys are going through another portfolio review. Is that correct? So let's just look at it of what is that we can learn, what does you can learn about what you can do and what you need to focus on or work on. Okay, so I have to find out, I think we will look at your project first, and then we'll look to, and then I think you guys need to tell us about portfolio. We haven't quite talked to the rest of the group because we want to do it in a similar fashion. So you'll present your work and then you step away. You're going to go into the break room, you're going to exit the break room, and then the faculty is going to discuss and we'll fill out the sheet that marks whether you're on target or below or above expectations or whether you're on the target, and then have some written statements like need to work on this, or these are the strengths, or so on and so forth. So think about how you're getting a sort of a free therapy session of your architectural progress. So it's good. It's gonna help you figure out what is that I need to focus on next semester. You guys pretty tired and exhausted? Somebody was up at 4 o'clock, right? I haven't, I usually don't keep my phone in, but I heard something bell. I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm always worried that something happened to my family member far away. Anyway, so I know that you guys have been working really hard at this. But let me tell you, I have looked at the other studio levels, and I think we've done a great job on all of the structure, mechanical, and wall sections. I mean, all of those points will be checked off right. So do not stress over work. Well, yeah, Michael talked about another exit, but we have under 10 people, so we don't really need a second way out. You can just listen to him. That's okay. You're not gonna not fail. You will not fail because of that. Any other comments? Whom did you love? Who shocked you? I know you were scared of Miguel. You were scared of Michael Garrison.
Yeah, he was supposed to be my reviewer last semester too, but he just never showed up.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just like, we might want to end the YouTube live. Just to let you know.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Start video. Wait a minute. Where's the video? How do I end up YouTube?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have control unless you want to try to make one of us host and we can try to see. I don't know, just in case. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're streaming to everyone, guys.
You're right. Okay. Wait a minute. I can just stop the video. How about that? Wouldn't that stop the YouTube?
I don't know how it works.
That would end the call, I think.
Yeah.
Who knows?
What? I'm sorry, say it again. Make it, okay, I'll make here. I'm changing the host to Sarah. So go ahead and